forward. This book concerns a specific and consistent interior phenomenon, the subtle light perceived within the closed eyes during contemplative stillness. Across many traditions and lineages, this interior light has been noted, refined, and integrated through carefully preserved methods. What follows is not a symbolic reading of those accounts, nor a general meditation on spiritual experience, but a detailed description of this light as it arises in direct perception, and of the interior structures through which it becomes stable, embodied, and enduring. This light has appeared throughout human contemplative history under many names: Nur al-Qalb, or Haganuz, Shen, Bindu, Sahu, Tiferet, Bodhicitta. In every case, the presence of this light is linked not with imagination or belief, but with a shift in the structure of attention itself. It arises quietly, without drama. It intensifies through stillness. It develops not into visions, but into coherence. With practice, this coherence becomes a second vessel of perception, often described as a subtle body, radiant body, or mirror body, constructed not by fantasy, but by long attention to the breath, the spine, the axis of stillness, and the refinement of internal movement. The text draws from multiple traditions, but it does not adopt any single lineage or cosmology. It places experiential clarity at the center of its method. Each chapter follows a sequence of developments that practitioners across disciplines have reported with consistency: the training of perception, the awakening of an interior field, the rise of vertical current, the stabilization of light, the emergence of structure, and the disappearance of effort. At each stage, attention becomes more precise, more spacious, and less reliant on identity. The body remains central, not as a symbol, but as the exact location of the work. This is not a speculative book. It is a record of what becomes possible when the subtle architecture of perception is carefully examined and when interference is reduced. The process described here does not require esoteric initiation or rare ability. It is available to any individual willing to attend precisely to what is already present beneath the surface of sensation, behind the movement of thought, and within the quiet field of the body itself. The language used throughout remains spare. Wherever possible, poetic or symbolic flourishes are set aside in favor of direct structural descriptions. This is not a style of austerity, but of fidelity. Each gesture in the text reflects gestures that must occur within the body and attention of the reader. Each image arises from conditions that can be verified in stillness. Every section leads forward in the same arc, from glimpsing to seeing to holding to remaining. This work is not a presentation of theory. It is an invitation into structure. Those who read it slowly, while seated, while silent, while present, will find that nothing here asks for belief. The descriptions do not point away from experience. They deepen it. Each section offers language only where attention has already been asked to go. Some may come to this book with years of practice. Others may arrive without a name for what they have already seen. In both cases, the movement is the same, toward a light that does not vanish, a vessel that does not collapse, and a life that no longer leans forward. What follows is not an interpretation of experience. It is a record of what builds, breath by breath, when perception becomes exact, and what remains when that structure holds. Chapter 1. The Forgotten Sense. Part 1. The Light No One Talks About. Summary. Introduce the phenomenon of inner light real, not imagined, that most people have seen but dismissed as unimportant. Sit still. Close your eyes. Let your body rest in its own gravity. After a moment, you will begin to notice it, though you have seen it before, perhaps hundreds of times without thinking twice. A faint radiance, a grayness in the dark. It is not total blackness behind your eyelids. It never has been. There is always a shimmer, a motion, a subtle illumination that does not come from the outside world. This light is not cast by a bulb or filtered through your retina. It is not a ghost image left by a computer screen or a flicker of blood vessels dancing across the optic nerve. It is something else entirely. It is the beginning of a space. Even now, as you sit quietly reading this, you can verify it. Close your eyes again. Let yourself drift just a few degrees away from thought into the black canvas just behind your forehead. Wait. The longer you rest there, the more it begins to appear not brighter exactly, but wider. The texture shifts. You may begin to see patches, contours, a dim pulse. Some describe it as a gray fog, others as soft static. For some, it is tinged with pale blue or violet. At times it glows faintly around the edges. At other times it seems to move inward. It is not dramatic. It does not demand attention. But it is there, always there, and for most people it has been there for as long as they can remember, without ever being recognized for what it is. This book begins with that light. What you are seeing is not symbolic. It is not an abstract metaphor for clarity or insight. It is not the product of fantasy or suggestion. The light behind your eyelids is a real perceptual phenomenon, ancient, intimate, and entirely human. It is the most basic sign that you are already in contact with something deeper than the surface of your thoughts. For centuries, mystics, sages, and inner practitioners across civilizations have reported this same light. They did not imagine it. They encountered it. And they taught that this, Light marked the beginning of a transformation, not of belief, but of perception, not of morality, but of structure. The Sufis called it Nur al-Qalb, the light of the heart, and said that it shone from within when the inner eye began to open. The Kabbalists named it, or Haganus, the hidden light of creation, buried not in the stars, but in the soul. Taoist masters described it as a pearl forming in the dark sea of the lower Dantian. In Tantric Yoga, it is the awakening of the Bindu point, the luminous seed behind the brow. In Tibetan texts, it is called the clear light mind, visible just before waking or just after death. And yet most people today will see it for decades and never once realize that it means anything at all. This is why it is a forgotten sense. You were not trained to pay attention to it. You were not taught that anything exists behind your eyes except darkness and blood and neural tissue. But the inner traditions of nearly every contemplative lineage disagree. They say this light is not just present, it is the sign that something is already alive within you, something not bound by your thoughts or your identity, something forming in silence. And more, it is not just a light you see, it is a light that, in time, you will come to inhabit. This book will not ask you to believe anything. It will not ask you to convert, adopt a system, or surrender to some metaphysical program. Instead, it will show you slowly, deliberately what has always been there, waiting for your attention. The light is not hidden, it is simply overlooked. And when you begin to see it not as background noise, but as the first thread of a vast inner structure, your understanding of what it means to perceive will change. You will begin to feel that the act of seeing does not end at your eyes, that your awareness is not trapped in the skull, that there is something inside of you that can move, that can look around, that can drift backward, downward, inward, into a space larger than the body that holds it. You will see that the light behind your eyelids is not a trick of the brain. Part 2, the space behind your eyes is not small, picking up precisely where we left off. You will see that the light behind your eyelids is not a trick of the brain. It is an opening. And what it opens into is not a blank screen. It is not flat. It is not a wall. It is not the inside of your skull. That assumption that the darkness behind your eyelids is the size and shape of the physical brain case is the first illusion that must dissolve. Because the longer you sit inside the field of that light, the more it becomes evident the interior is not small. This realization does not arrive as a concept, but as a shift in perspective. The light begins to contour itself. It forms layers, depths, gradients. It wraps itself around a sensation of space, a space you can feel yourself inside of, a space that does not respond to imagination, but to presence. At first, it may feel like a soft widening behind the forehead. Then, it may drop backward, like the back of your head is receding. Some describe it as a room, others as a dome. Some feel as though the darkness becomes transparent and they are floating inside it. Others sense the shape of their own mind, filling out in 3 dimensions. These are not visual tricks or fantasies. They are subtle, perceptual cues that your attention has begun to unhook from the physical eye and reorient itself within what traditions have long described as the interior chamber of the soul. It does not take years of meditation to feel this. It does not require advanced yogic training or fasting or devotion. It requires only that you stay. You stay with the light, and the light begins to show you where it lives, not out in front of you, but all around you. This is when something impossible begins to feel true, that your mind is not a sealed organ inside the brain, that yourself is not a spark trapped in meat, that your awareness, the part of you that sees, feels, and listens, is capable of existing in a space that is larger than the body. Not as metaphor, but as lived perception. Every tradition that speaks of interior light also speaks of interior space. In Daoism, it is called the Niwan Palace, the muddy pellet, a royal chamber of stillness behind the third eye, where the mind dissolves into radiance. In certain yogic schools, it is known as Chidakasha, the sky of consciousness. In the Egyptian rites, initiates travel through light-filled halls within the skull during dream journeys, describing rooms, gates, and thrones inside the head. None of these are imaginative flights. They are encounters with a real phenomenological space that exists once thought is quiet enough to allow perception to return to its source. The difference between a mind that thinks and a mind that sees is subtle, but absolute. When thought is active, the light dims. When thought stills, the light expands. This is not a moral judgment, nor a claim that thinking is bad. It is simply a mechanical fact of attention. The mind cannot look outward and inward at the same time. Most people spend their lives with their consciousness projected forward through the eyes into the world, into objects, names, concepts, and interactions. But the moment consciousness is allowed to rest, not to turn around, but to simply recede from the sensory edge, the inner space reveals itself. You are not a drop of water in the ocean. You are the ocean inside a drop of water. The chamber behind your forehead is not a void, it is a domain, and you are standing in the threshold of it already, not metaphorically, but actually. You have seen the faint edges of its light every time you've closed your eyes in silence and wondered briefly what it was. Now you know. Part 3, you are the light that sees the light. You are not a drop of water in the ocean. You are the ocean inside a drop of water. The chamber behind your forehead is not a void, it is a domain, and you are standing in the threshold of it already, not metaphorically, but actually. You have seen the faint edges of its light every time you've closed your eyes in silence and wondered briefly what it was. Now you know. But you are not merely standing in it. You are also made of it. The light you see is not separate from the awareness that sees it. This is one of the quiet truths that dawns slowly, sometimes over years of practice, sometimes in a single moment, and once seen, cannot be unseen. At first, it feels like you are looking at something distant, something over there behind your closed eyelids, but the more still you become, the more impossible it becomes to maintain that orientation. The light begins to respond to you. It moves as you move. It pulses with your breath. It contracts and expands, not in a fixed pattern, but in relationship. It is not passive. It is not inert. And the more intimately you observe it, the more obvious it becomes you are not looking at the light. You are looking with the light. You are the light that sees the light. This is not wordplay. It is not poetry. It is direct phenomenology. The awareness you use to attend to that soft glow in the dark is made of the same substance. They are not two things. There is no inner observer and outer object. There is a single field of perception, folding in on itself, entangled. The mystical traditions of the world were not shy about this. They knew that the one who sees the light and the light itself are not separate entities. They are a single movement of being. In the physics of quantum entanglement, when two photons are created together, they remain linked, even across distance. Change the spin of one, and the other changes simultaneously, without any signal between them. They are not communicating. They are still the same thing. The same principle is present in the act of deep interior seeing. The light and the seer are not two. They arise together. They behave as one. They are entangled within a field that is larger than the brain and older than language. This is why, in certain Sufi writings, the light of the heart is described as having eyes. Not symbolic eyes, but real perception. It sees and is seen simultaneously. The Zohar speaks of the lamp of the concealed, a radiance that both illuminates and is illuminated. Daoist inner texts describe the forming of the inner eye not as a chakra or concept, but as the moment when seeing folds into itself and becomes radiant awareness. In all these teachings, the realization is the same. You are not sitting behind your eyelids watching a show. You are not a spectator. You are the screen, the light, and the watching all at once. To enter the inner chamber is not to go somewhere else. It is to recognize that you have always been here. Part 4. The circuit is already on. To enter the inner chamber is not to go somewhere else. It is to recognize that you have always been here. This is not a journey that begins with effort. It begins with recognition. And what you are recognizing is not a mystery. It is a condition, an existing architecture, already operating inside you. The light is not something you turn on. It is something you notice. The subtle interior system that allows this perception is already alive, already moving, already flowing. It does not need to be built. It needs to be remembered. Traditions across the world have insisted on this point again and again, though each in its own language. There is a current within you that is not created by thought, not made by belief, and not subject to your will. It is simply there, silent, perpetual. It lives beneath the nervous system. It lives beneath the breath. It lives beneath everything you think of as you. And it is moving right now. In yogic science, this is referred to as the pranic body, not the breath itself, but the current that animates it. In Daoism, it is qi, circulating through meridians and centers that exist in no medical textbook but can be felt with extraordinary precision. In Sufism, the current is often unnamed, but sensed as a living river that moves between the heart and the brow. In the Hebrew Kabbalah, it is the descending and ascending fire through the tree of life, light returning to light. This interior movement can be detected through stillness, not through control, not through visualization, but by gently allowing the mind to settle and the body to remain unmoving. The moment your awareness stops chasing noise, the current begins to shimmer. Sometimes it is felt as a pulsing behind the forehead, a warmth in the spine, a tug at the base of the skull. Sometimes it is less physical, rhythm, a glow, a pressure in space. It is not dramatic, but it is unmistakable. You may begin to notice that the light behind your eyelids is not static. It flickers in waves, brightens, dims, or seems to flow. Some days it appears centralized, like a halo. Other days it widens to fill the whole interior. This is not your imagination. This is the circuit responding to your attention. It is often said in Taoist inner practice that where attention goes, energy flows. This is not a poetic metaphor. It is a literal map of how the body's interior system responds to presence. As your awareness deepens, the light begins to organize itself not into hallucination, but into form. You are not creating this. You are attuning to it. You are not switching it on. You are simply ceasing to interrupt it. The interior circuit, which includes your breath, your nervous system, your subtle centers, and the quantum perceptual field within the brain, is not something you must master. It is something you must allow. And the key that turns its mechanisms is not effort, it is stillness. Every mystical system that speaks of light begins, quietly, with this realization. that the light appears not when you seek it, but when you stop, not when you push, but when you yield. This is why the sages spoke in paradoxes, why the way forward is often described as stillness, why arrival is said to happen when you stop going anywhere. The light behind your eyelids is not summoned, it is witnessed. The circuit is already on. Part 5. A new sense has remembered itself. The light behind your eyelids is not summoned, it is witnessed. The circuit is already on. And with that recognition, something irreversible begins to happen, not to your beliefs, not to your personality, but to your orientation. You are no longer looking outward from behind your eyes. You are no longer pressing attention into the surface of the world. You are beginning to rest inside a field you did not know existed. A chamber you have always occupied but never entered. It feels like remembering, because it is. What you have just begun to recover is not a mystical insight or a spiritual gift. It is a faculty, a human faculty, as innate as balance, as natural as breath, and as necessary, though almost entirely neglected, as the capacity to feel. We are taught to look outward from the moment we are born. Sight is trained toward shape, color, motion. We are shown objects, we are named, we are told what is real. We are directed always to the visible, the factual, the confirmed. And in that process, we are trained to forget something else, that perception does not end at the eyes. The world comes through the senses, but the self does not live there. It lives behind them, and it is from there that this light is seen not with the eye, but with the attention that precedes the eye. This attention is not made of thought. It is not a stream of language. It does not analyze or compare. It simply sees. And what it sees, when given the chance, is light. You did not create this. You remembered how to see it. That is what is happening now. The reawakening of an interior sense, one that has no name in modern language, but has been described in every culture that has preserved a map of the interior. It is not mystical in the way mysticism is often portrayed. It is precise, quiet, and repeatable. It is not an escape from the body. It is the discovery that the body is not where you thought it was. Because this light does not just float inside the skull. It fills the space. It surrounds the self. It reveals in time a geometry subtle, responsive, alive. It is the entrance to an architecture that almost no one is told exists. And yet every contemplative lineage tells us, it is there. You are in it now. You may feel as though something has shifted behind your forehead. A soft widening, a slight descent, a calm at the back of the chest. You may feel more here than you were 10 minutes ago, and yet somehow larger than where you sit. These are not abstractions. They are the early signs of perception returning to its proper depth. A new sense has remembered itself, and now it will begin to show you where it lives. If you are ready, we will begin to map it. Chapter 2. A Secret Circuit. Part 1. The Hidden Architecture. The light that begins to appear in silence does not arise in a vacuum. It does not float in empty space. Though it may at first seem like a faint flicker on the edge of the mind, the more you attend to it, the more clearly it reveals its context. It belongs to something. It is not free-floating. It is arising from within a structure, one that is subtle, silent, and almost entirely unknown in the modern world, but which has been described in great detail by the inner sciences of every contemplative lineage. This structure is not symbolic. It is not metaphorical. It is anatomical, but it is not part of the physical anatomy taught in textbooks or mapped in medical charts. It is composed not of organs and bones, but of currents, centers, and spatial fields. It cannot be seen with an instrument, but it can be entered through direct perception. You are not being asked to imagine it. You are being asked to notice it the same way you notice heat, or breath, or stillness. The structure is real. The only thing missing is attention. In Daoism, it is described as a network of inner pathways, channels of qi that flow through meridians and gather at cauldrons called dantians. In yoga and tantra, it is composed of nadis, subtle currents of prana, and chakras, which are not spinning wheels of color but centers of transformation along a vertical channel called sushumna. In the Sufi tradition, there are the lataif, subtle faculties or stations, each with its own mode of perception. In Kabbalah, the inner world is structured according to the sephirot, emanations of divine force that form a descending and ascending pattern known as the tree of life. In Egyptian texts, the soul is made of layered bodies, Ka, barium, and Sahu, each arising from and sustained by inner flows that move through the subtle spine of the initiate. These systems are not copies of one another. They were developed in isolation, across continents and centuries, and yet they describe, with striking consistency, a common pattern, a central axis, multiple centers, lateral flows, and a dynamic field through which perception and energy move. In every case, this structure is awakened or revealed through interior stillness. It is not created by belief. It is revealed through presence. Perhaps you have already felt it, a soft vertical warmth behind the sternum when you sit quietly, a quiet pulse between the brows, a strange sensation of width along the spine. Or perhaps you have noticed that the light behind your eyelids seems to gather in certain places, or flow upward, or form a field around the head. These are not hallucinations. They are the early signs of a subtle architecture beginning to light itself up from within. This architecture is not separate from you. You are inside it already. The light you have begun to see is not free-floating in darkness. It is illuminating the walls of a hidden structure. The circuit exists. The current is flowing. And you are beginning to perceive it not from above or outside, but from within. The moment the interior field becomes perceptible, even faintly, a pattern begins to emerge. The light does not appear randomly. It is not scattered. It begins to organize itself along a vertical axis. The perception of this axis is not imagined. It is as tactile as breath, as spatial as posture, and as consistent as gravity. Something vertical begins to clarify itself, reaching upward from the base of the body and rising behind the face, through the throat, the brow, and beyond the crown. When attention enters this subtle line, the light grows steadier. When breath aligns with it, the field sharpens. When the body becomes still, the sense of being threaded along this interior column becomes unmistakable. Every esoteric system that preserved a map of interior perception describes this same vertical axis. In yoga and tantra, it is called Sushumna, the central channel flanked by Ida and Pingala, two opposing flows that spiral around it. In Taoist inner cultivation, it is the middle path, the central meridian that connects the lower dantian to the upper palace behind the forehead. In Sufi doctrine, there is the axis of Ru, or Sir, the subtle spirit or secret, which rises through stations of refinement and clarity. In Kabbalistic cosmology, it is the pillar of balance, the central column of the tree of life, through which light descends and returns. In Egyptian texts, this axis is the spine of Osiris, the ladder by which the soul ascends and the vessel through which divine current flows. This central line is not symbolic. It is not an idea imposed upon the body. It is a structure that reveals itself through sustained attention. It is the pathway along which the light naturally travels. When the body is still and the breath becomes subtle, perception begins to rest inside this vertical line. The result is a feeling of elongation, of uprightness without tension, of being drawn upward and downward simultaneously. This is not a posture. It is a condition of the subtle system realigning itself with its own internal flow. You may notice, for example, that when you close your eyes and simply attend to the space behind your face, a soft warmth begins to appear in the center of your head. If you remain with that, it may begin to descend gently, like water through a narrow channel, or rise as if pulled by an invisible thread. This is the beginning of contact with the interior column. The light follows it, the breath follows it, awareness follows it. This channel is not something you must build. It is already there. What you are doing now is remembering how to enter it. When the ancient texts speak of the path of return, or the ladder of ascent, or the subtle thread, this is what they are referring to. Not a philosophy, not a journey across metaphysical terrain, but the direct perception of a structure inside the human system that reconnects attention to its origin. It is here that the architecture of the light body begins to take form, not in the limbs, not in the thoughts, but in this quiet vertical line around which everything else is organized. Once the central axis is felt, even faintly, it becomes clear that the inner architecture is not limited to a single vertical line. It contains points of intensity, gathering places where light, breath, and sensation begin to concentrate. These are not physical organs, and they are not abstract ideas. They are real perceptual centers. They feel like density, pressure, warmth, or radiance. They reveal themselves when attention settles into stillness. These are the interior centers of transformation. Different traditions describe them in different ways, yet the pattern remains stable across cultures. In yoga, they are called chakras, often misrepresented in modern discourse as colorful symbols or energy wheels. In the original texts, they are described as junctions where prana gathers and turns inward, creating a passage from sensory perception to subtle perception. In Taoist practice, the emphasis is placed on the dantian, deep reservoirs where qi condenses and stabilizes. Though fewer in number, they serve the same function, acting as fields of refinement and transformation. In Sufism, the subtle organs of perception are called lataif. Each one corresponds to a quality of being, a station along the path of inner unfolding. These are not moral categories. They are layers of subtle awareness that activate as the interior body begins to awaken. In Kabbalah, the sephirot are not simply theological abstractions. They represent emanations of divine light structured along the tree of life. Each one corresponds to a level of inner experience and can be directly encountered through contemplative practice. In Egyptian sources, there are fewer precise anatomical references, yet descriptions of the heart, the solar plexus, and the forehead appear consistently in initiatory texts. These sites are identified as places of soul weighing, judgment, and ascension. They are not symbolic. They are subtle centers, mapped through ritual and vision. Though the number and names of these centers vary, certain patterns are almost universal. There is a lower center, often located below or behind the navel. This is described as a cauldron, a forge, a seedbed, a knot of vital force. It is where form begins to organize itself inwardly. There is a central or heart center, which is nearly always described as radiant. In Taoist terms, it refines fire into clarity. In yogic systems, it is associated with air and space, the transition point from lower functions to higher perception. In Sufi writings, the heart is the lamp of the secret. In Kabbalistic texts, it is the middle pillar, the beauty that harmonizes all others. And in Egyptian symbolism, it is the seat of divine judgment, not as punishment, but as balance. Above this is the upper center, often located at the brow or just above the crown. It is described as an opening, a gate, a clear space through which the higher self, spirit, or divine current enters. In yoga, this is the ajna and sahasrara. In Daoism, it is the niwan, the inner palace of clarity. In the Sufi path, it is associated with sir, the secret, or khafi, the hidden. In Kabbalah, it is Keter, the crown, the unknowable root of awareness. In the Egyptian model, it is often symbolized by the solar disk above the head, the union of earthly vessel and celestial source. These centers are not disconnected points. They are not fixed locations like bones or glands. They are zones of attention, sites of dynamic transformation that emerge when the field of awareness becomes coherent. As the circuit activates, the light begins to gather in these places, not because it is being pushed there, but because the architecture of the subtle body is already guiding it. The light recognizes the structure before the mind does. To feel one of these centers is not to imagine it. It is to become still enough that the inner system begins to show you its form. You are not creating this anatomy. You are rediscovering that it was already built. Part 4. The circuit is coherent across traditions. There is no need to unify the traditions. Each stands on its own ground, formed through its own language, conditions, revelations, and practices. The aim is not to flatten them into sameness. The aim is to see clearly that they are describing the same thing. Not in metaphor, not in myth, but in structure. The deeper one looks, the more unmistakable it becomes. Each of these systems outlines a subtle body composed of centers, flows, and fields. Each describes a central axis. Each maps a sequence of transformation from dense, embodied energy to refined, radiant presence. Each holds as foundational the idea that this inner architecture is not symbolic or metaphorical, but actual, though hidden. The central axis appears everywhere. In yoga, it is sushumna. In Taoist internal arts, it is the central meridian, the vertical flow between heaven and earth. In Kabbalah, it is the middle pillar, the channel through which the sephirot align and through which light descends and returns. In Sufism, it is the path through the lataif, with stations arranged along a vertical movement, from the lower self to the subtle spirit. In Egyptian depictions, the soul's ascent proceeds along the spine of Osiris, through thresholds and gates, culminating in the emergence of the Ba. These central columns are not spiritual analogies. They are representations of a vertical current, which practitioners across time have encountered as a real energetic condition. They describe it in different terms, but the experiences align with remarkable precision. There is a base, a middle, and a crown. There is a flow upward and a descent downward. There are inner spaces at each level. The light rises, stabilizes, opens, and returns. The lower centers are understood as generative and dense. Daoism describes the lower dantian as the furnace, the place of condensation and gestation. Yoga speaks of Muladhara and Svadhisthana, foundations of form and movement. In Kabbalistic terms, this lower region corresponds to Yesod and Malkuth, the foundation and the kingdom, where form is anchored. These are not simply energetic centers, but places where the body's relationship to space, motion, and matter is transformed. The heart center, in every system, is where luminosity begins. Daoism calls it the middle dantian, refining the raw key of the lower center into subtle breath and spirit. In yoga, it is anahata, the unstruck sound, where the self begins to feel inward radiance. In Sufism, it is latifa al-qalb, the subtle organ of direct perception. In Kabbalah, it corresponds to Tifereth, the beauty at the center of the tree, harmonizing the forces above and below. The Egyptian heart is the seat of judgment and resonance, the scale by which the soul is measured against the feather of truth. It is the location of balance, not morality. Illumination begins here. The upper center, across traditions, is described as the opening into another mode of perception. Yoga describes it as ajna and sahasrara. Daoism refers to the niwan, the inner palace, a space of light behind the forehead where true seeing begins. Sufi texts speak of sir and khafi, the secret and the hidden, faculties of spirit not bound by physical form. Kabbalah places Keter here, the crown, beyond thought, beyond form, the root of light. Egyptian depictions often show the solar disk above the head, or the emergence of the Ba as a bird rising from the crown, symbolizing the projection of consciousness beyond the bounds of the body. These are not coincidences. These are not mythic similarities. They are traces of a single interior anatomy encountered again and again by those who enter stillness long enough to feel it. There are points where the traditions diverge in interpretation, method, or symbolism. That divergence is not a flaw. It reflects the different cultural conditions in which these maps were drawn. But beneath the differences, there is a structure, and you are inside it. Part 5, you are already inside the structure. The most common mistake is to believe this structure must be built, that you must awaken it, purify it, ascend through it, that you are at the beginning of something far off, and that the interior body lies somewhere ahead of you. This is not true. You are not approaching the structure. You are already inside it. The circuit does not wait for your belief. The centers do not require your faith to exist. They are part of the system you inhabit at every moment. The light you have seen behind your eyes is not a glimpse of what might be. It is a signal that the structure is already alive. All contemplative systems agree on this point. The map exists to help you see what is already present. The practices do not create the interior body. They reveal it. The names, the metaphors, the instructions, the lineages, these are ways of pointing to what you are beginning to perceive for yourself. That there is a design, that there is coherence, that the light is not scattered but guided, that it flows in specific ways because something within you is shaped to receive it. Even now, as you read, that shape is active. You may feel the quiet vertical alignment of the spine. You may notice a subtle brightness behind the forehead, a warmth in the chest, a rhythm in the breath. These are not side effects. These are signs of the structure holding you from within. It is not something you climb. It is not something you earn. It is a space that opens as you become still enough to inhabit it. You do not need to know the names of the centers. You do not need to memorize the maps. The anatomy of light will show itself through direct experience, just as the shape of your hand reveals itself when you open it. The traditions are not demanding anything of you. They are offering a language for what you are already touching. And what you are touching is real. In the next chapter, we will turn inward again, not to examine the structure, but to begin exploring what forms inside it, the golden egg, the vessel, the hidden body of light that so many systems have described. It does not appear suddenly. It grows quietly in darkness within this architecture you now inhabit, but it cannot begin unless you recognize that you are already home. Chapter 3, The Golden Egg. Part 1, The Vessel Forms in Silence. At first, the light is scattered. It appears in flickers, in formless gradients, in barely perceptible shifts of tone. It has no direction. It hovers like mist. It shimmers, then fades. But as the interior attention deepens, something begins to change. The light begins to organize itself. It begins to gather. You may not notice this change immediately. There is no announcement, no sudden vision. But gradually, the flickering field that once seemed chaotic begins to settle. The movement softens. The texture of the light becomes smoother, rounder. And then, without warning, there's a new sensation. It is subtle but unmistakable. The light has begun to hold itself. It does not expand. It does not blaze. It contains. It gathers in a shape that is not visual but deeply spatial. A pressure behind the navel, a fullness in the lower belly, a hollow sphere in the chest. These are not metaphors. They are the first signs of the subtle vessel beginning to form. Every tradition that maps the interior world describes this moment, though each in its own language. In Taoist cultivation, it is the forming of the golden embryo, the inner pearl, born in stillness, gestating in the Dantian. It is not imagined. It arrives without force, like mist condensing into a droplet. In Egyptian rites, it is the birth of the Ba, the soul bird, which can only emerge after being nourished in silence and darkness. In yoga and tantra, it is the awakening of Bindu, the point behind the brow, where the light begins to become stable and directional. In Sufi practice, it is the unfolding of the heart lamp, when the light of the ruh begins to settle in the qalb and gather itself into clarity. In Kabbalistic texts, it is the beginning of vessel formation, the keli that receives and holds the influx of divine light. What unites these descriptions is not their symbols. It is their recognition of a precise phenomenon. When the mind becomes still and the breath aligns, when the interior current is allowed to flow without interruption, the light begins to take shape, not as a beam, not as a flame, but as a holding a sphere, a chamber, a field with boundaries. It does not float, it rests, it does not flash, it breathes. This is the vessel forming. It is not constructed through visualization or concentration. In fact, any attempt to control it will disrupt its emergence. It must be allowed to form. Its nature is subtle containment. It appears when you stop pressing into the light and simply rest inside it. At this stage, the practitioner may begin to feel as if something is developing inside the body. Not a tension or a point of focus, but a condition, a new layer of presence, spatial and soft, cradled somewhere below the heart. For some, it feels spherical. For others, egg-like or ovoid. Some feel it small at first, like a kernel or a drop. Others sense it immediately as a field, hovering gently within the lower abdomen or behind the sternum. Whatever form it takes, the quality is the same. Stillness, containment, quiet pressure, the sense that something is beginning, not through effort, but through the removal of effort. This is not a thought. It is not a belief. It is not a projection. It is the first movement of formation within the interior body. The light, once scattered, is beginning to find its shape. And that shape, over time, will become the foundation of an entirely new kind of self. Part 2, the egg is not a symbol. Once the sensation of containment appears, the mind will almost always attempt to explain it. It may recall images from books or beliefs from past teachings. It may reach for metaphors. But the truth is simpler than metaphor. What you are beginning to feel is not symbolic. The vessel that is forming is not an allegory for awakening or potential. It is a structure. It is a shape. It is the beginning of a body that is not made of flesh. In many traditions, this shape is described as an egg, not because it is delicate, though it is, not because it is round, though it often feels that way, but because it contains a process. An egg is not simply a shell. It is a sealed field of transformation, a chamber within which something is quietly forming that cannot yet survive the world outside. This is exactly how the inner traditions treat the subtle vessel. Taoist texts refer to the golden embryo or sacred fetus, cultivated in the lower field through stillness and sealed breath. It is not imagined. It is felt. Practitioners describe it forming spontaneously after months or years of quiet inner work, a field of warmth, pulsing gently, resting in the lower abdomen like a hidden sun. In the Egyptian initiatory language, the soul bird, the Ba, does not simply appear. It hatches. Its wings unfold from within an interior sky, after long gestation in darkness. Its egg is not in the earth or sky, but within the initiate. In Kabbalah, the vessel, the Kli, is prepared to receive light only once it becomes empty and whole. It is the first act of creation. Light withdrawn, vessel formed, light then returning to fill what has been made ready. This vessel is not abstract. It is perceptible within. It is the interior womb in which the higher self is invited to enter. And in Sufi cosmology, there is the heart not as metaphor, but as literal lamp. The light enters only when the heart becomes still enough to reflect it. When that stillness becomes continuous, the light begins to remain. The lamp begins to glow from within. Even in the yogic traditions, where language has often been reduced to diagrams and popular imagery, the bindu point at the back of the head or behind the brow is not simply a center of concentration. It is the drop of potential, a suspended point of light that forms the nucleus around which the subtle body gathers. It is not activated through effort. It awakens through stillness. All of these lineages agree on one point: the egg, the lamp, the pearl, the orb, the embryo. It is not symbolic. It is an event. It is a condition. It is a stage in the development of the interior self. It appears when the scattered light of early perception begins to stabilize. It marks a shift from openness to coherence, from glimpsing the field to inhabiting it. It does not appear because of visualization. In fact, visualization often blocks it. The mind cannot construct what is older than the mind. What is forming here does not come from imagination. It comes from alignment, from the quieting of mental noise, from the attunement of breath and posture, from the natural intelligence of the subtle system remembering how to hold itself in stillness. You may begin to feel it now, just reading these words, not as a vision or a shape, but as a pressure, a presence, a softness behind the belly or chest. You may find that you can rest your attention inside it, that it holds you without effort, that it breathes even when you forget it. This is not poetic language. This is technical description. The egg is not a symbol. It is a container for your becoming. Part 3, containment before expansion. Before light can expand, it must be held. Before it can radiate, it must cohere. The forming of the subtle vessel is not a prelude to awakening. It is the condition that makes awakening possible. Without containment, there is no transformation. Without containment, the light scatters. The field collapses. The structure never stabilizes. This principle is universal across the inner sciences. In Daoism, it is said that qi must be sealed before it can be refined. The inner breath is gathered in the lower dantian, where it condenses into a pearl, a fetus, or a golden sphere. If the breath is allowed to leak through speech, tension, or fantasy, the forming vessel dissolves. The process must begin again. In the yogic traditions, especially those of the inner fire and tantric systems, the inner heat must be cultivated gently, without forcing, so that the prana can spiral upward along the central channel. But that ascent only becomes stable when the root is contained. Otherwise, the current burns itself out. Expansion before containment leads to fragmentation. Kabbalistic sources speak of the same principle. The vessel must be prepared before the light can enter. When the divine force pours into an unready vessel, it shatters. This is not metaphor. It is a map of how perception behaves when the subtle body is not yet formed. Light becomes overwhelming. The ego reacts. The system floods. What was meant to transform becomes disorienting. But if the vessel is whole and the interior field coherent, the light enters naturally, silently, and remains. In the Sufi tradition, it is said that the heart must be polished until it reflects the divine light. But polishing is not effort, it is surrender. The heart becomes still, transparent, receptive. Only then can the light of the Ruh descend and remain. This is the hidden work not to chase experience but to refine the container. Even in the Egyptian rites, where metaphor and myth seem most distant from modern language, the same instruction appears. The soul must become justified, not morally pure but balanced. The Ba does not awaken in chaos. It requires stability, order, silence. Only then can it rise from the body and take form in the world beyond. In all of these systems, the message is clear. The early stages of subtle awakening are not about ascension. They are about integrity. They are about allowing the field to hold itself, allowing the light to gather without disturbance, allowing the breath to settle without manipulation, allowing the space behind the heart or beneath the navel to become still enough to begin forming something real. This is why stillness matters, not as a practice of calm, but as the condition in which containment becomes possible. When the mind quiets, the system stops leaking. When the breath is regular and soft, the inner fire no longer flares. When the attention remains steady, the forming egg is protected. What is growing here is fragile. It is alive, but early. It cannot yet support radiance. It must be held. It must be kept in the dark. It must be allowed to develop without interruption. There will be a time for expansion. There will be a time when the light moves, when the interior body begins to spiral and widen, when the vessel begins to open. But not yet. First, it must form. First, it must hold. Part 4, a body inside the body. There comes a point, often without warning, when the subtle pressure that once felt like a warm center begins to shift. It is no longer just a point of focus, no longer just a space of stillness. It becomes dimensional. It begins to feel like a structure, not an image or a concept, but something real and present, something that breathes and surrounds and contains. The practitioner becomes aware that there is another body forming inside the body. This recognition is quiet but unmistakable. The skin no longer feels like the outermost layer. The sense of identity begins to draw inward. You do not feel smaller. You feel nested. The physical body is still present, still necessary, but it is no longer the only structure you occupy. There is something within, subtler and more refined, that is beginning to orient itself as a vessel in its own right. Many report a shift in the way space is perceived not outside the body, but within it. The light no longer flickers across a backdrop. It begins to form outlines. It moves with breath. It pulses faintly behind the spine or fills the chest with a kind of brightness that cannot be named. Some describe it as an internal skin, others as an envelope or sheath, others still as a full three-dimensional form, human-shaped, egg-shaped, radiant but contained. The traditions do not treat this as a metaphor. They treat it as the beginning of a real emergence. In yogic systems, it is the development of the sukshma sharira, the subtle body, which is not bound by physical limits but shares its form. In Tibetan practices called the illusory body, trained through dream yoga and stabilized through tummo and inner light practices. In Taoist cultivation, it is the formation of the spirit body, or shen, which develops within the golden embryo and can be projected outward, not in fantasy, but through the quiet rising of interior qi. In Egyptian teaching, it is the sahu, the enduring, luminous body of the dead, who has become fully alive. Not everyone develops the sahu. It is the fruit of long formation, but once formed, it can survive death. In the Kabbalistic tradition, there are references to partsufim, or faces, subtle configurations of self that emerge from the Sephardic pattern as it becomes alive in the vessel. These faces are not personalities. They are aspects of the light body, organized expressions of divine structure taking form within the practitioner. In Sufism, the closest analog is the emergence of hakika, the real, when the seeker, having passed through the stations of the subtle heart, comes to inhabit a new self made not of thought, but of inward certainty and clarity. Across all of these systems, the claim is consistent. There is another body. It begins as a subtle field. It organizes into shape. It grows in silence. And when it reaches coherence, it no longer depends on the physical form for its presence. At this stage, the physical body may begin to feel transparent. Not diminished, not detached, but less central. The breath still flows. The heart still beats. But the light no longer seems housed by flesh. It seems to hold itself. It has its own boundaries, its own pulse, its own interior rhythm. And it is not made of imagination. This forming body is what will one day expand beyond its shell. But for now, it is growing, layer by layer, inside the structure you now know. It breathes within your breath. It sees from behind your seeing. It learns to move, not through intention, but through attention. It is not a vehicle of thought. It is a vessel of light. And it is already forming. Part 5, the beginning of soul-making. What is forming inside you is not an energy state. It is not a moment of clarity or a temporary experience of stillness. It is not an altered mood or a moodless trance. It is something far more lasting, far more rare, and far more ancient. It is the beginning of soul-making. This phrase is easy to misuse. In the modern world, the word soul has become vague, sentimental, or moralized, but in every interior tradition that treated the soul as a real and enduring structure, soul-making meant something exact. It meant construction, formation, the slow, delicate, often hidden development of a vehicle that could survive what the body cannot. The soul was not a birthright. It was not guaranteed. It had to be made. What you are beginning to perceive, this interior light, this sense of containment, this forming presence that holds itself within your body, is the first stage of that making. It does not arrive with grandeur. It does not announce itself with visions or revelations. It arrives like all forms of true growth, quietly, imperceptibly, day by day. It gathers strength not through intensity, but through continuity, and it builds itself not from beliefs, but from attention. The light behind your eyes, the field around your breath, the vessel that now breathes inside your stillness. This is not the end of a process. It is the beginning. The traditions make this clear. In Egyptian teaching, the soul passes through stages. The Ka is vital energy. The barium is mobile essence. The Sahu is the body of eternity, the one that lasts. But it must be earned, not by pleasing the gods, but by becoming internally stable, by holding the light until it forms itself into a structure that can carry you. In yogic and tantric language, the subtle body leads to the Vajra body, or diamond body, a term used to describe a condition of indestructibility. This is not metaphor. It is the result of refinement. The pranic system becomes coherent, the central channel opens, the bindu stabilizes, and the field of presence becomes an enduring form. The being is no longer tied to flesh. It may continue to live within it, but its continuity no longer depends on it. In Sufism, it is said that the seeker passes through the stations of self until only the real remains. This is not loss, it is emergence. The nafs is refined, the qalb is illuminated, the ruh descends, and what forms is a condition of being that does not dissolve at death, because it was never born in time. It was shaped inside it, but not bound by it. In Kabbalistic thought, the soul descends through multiple levels, but only the highest levels return. The lower self dies with the body. The inner soul, the neshama, only, rises if the vessel below has been made whole. The KLI must be fit to hold what it was always meant to contain. This is the golden egg. Not an object, not a vision, but a condition of coherence in the field of being, a stable, breathing chamber of presence, a quiet body forming in silence. And you are not far from it. You are not waiting for it to appear. You are already watching it grow. You have felt its edge. You have seen its light. You have entered its stillness without knowing what it was. Now you know. This is not the completion of anything. This is the beginning of soul-making, and soon the egg will begin to open. Chapter 4. Cracking the Shell. There's a stage in interior practice when stillness is no longer purely still. The space remains quiet, the breath remains soft, and the mind does not wander, yet something begins to stir. It is not thought. It is not restlessness. It is movement, but from within. A pressure, a presence, a coiling tension beneath the calm. The field no longer lies flat. It has direction. This tension is not discomfort. It is not agitation. It is not the mind growing bored with silence. It is something else entirely, a presence beginning to wake inside the sealed chamber of the subtle body. The light that once floated without force now presses outward or upward or inward in a new way. It is not chaotic. It is not seeking escape. It is simply ready to move. The golden egg is not open from outside. It opens from within. The first sign is not a crack. It is a pressure along the interior walls, a pulse of light that does not flash but pushes, a fullness that cannot be held in perfect stillness anymore. This moment has been described with remarkable consistency by practitioners across traditions. In Taoist cultivation, it is known as the qi pressing against the gate, a soft but undeniable force building inside the dantian, seeking a channel through which it can rise. In yogic systems, this is often associated with the earliest stirrings of kundalini, not the dramatic rising of serpentine energy described in later stages, but the gentle activation of inner heat, coiling silently at the base of the spine. In Egyptian metaphysics, it is the Ba beginning to flutter within its chamber, a movement of soul inside the tomb body, sensing that a passage is near. In Sufi practice, it may appear as a sudden expansion of the heart, a moment when the interior lamp begins to pulse with a light that feels as if it wants to move forward, upward, or outward. None of these systems treat this moment as a signal to act. They treat it as a sign to remain. The movement is not a cue to guide or control. It is a sign that the structure has reached a new threshold. Something is gesturing from inside the stillness, not as thought, not as emotion, as presence. You may feel this now as a pressure behind the sternum, or at the base of the skull, or within the abdomen. A coiled quality, not unpleasant, but unmistakable, a sense that something inside is beginning to lean toward motion. If you follow it with attention, not will, it becomes clearer. If you try to force it, it disappears. This is not the beginning of a journey outward, it is the inward structure preparing to open. The light you have been cradling is not inert, it is alive, it has rhythm, and now it wants to begin. Part 2, the first movement of light. The interior light, once passive and ambient, begins to move, not as a vision or thought, but as a physical event inside the field of perception. This is not something you imagine. It is something you feel, though it bypasses the ordinary senses. The body remains still. The breath may be slow or even paused, yet something is coursing through you, a subtle current, a flowing presence. It may begin at the base of the spine or behind the navel or just above the heart. It may move upward in a slow spiral or press forward from the chest into the throat. It may rise behind the face and rest just under the crown. Wherever it moves on its own. This is the first real movement of light. Until now, the light has been held in stillness. It has gathered, condensed, and stabilized, The subtle vessel has been forming around it, holding it like breath in a chamber, like heat in a sealed kiln. But now, the seal begins to soften. The pressure inside has reached enough coherence that it no longer simply rests. It moves, it organizes, it seeks a path. The sensation is often described as a flow, but not of blood or nerve. It is finer than that. It does not pass through tissue. It passes through space, the interior space that has been opening behind your breath, behind your thoughts. It may feel warm, electric, or luminous. Some describe it as a vertical thread becoming active, or as a spiral motion behind the spine. Others feel it as light gliding through a subtle channel inside the body, distinct from any vein or vessel, but as real as either. This is the current of the inner circuit coming online. Taoist texts describe this as the opening of the microcosmic orbit, a movement of qi along the Diyu and Ren channels, up the spine and down the front of the body, forming a complete interior loop. The practitioner does not push this circuit into motion. It arises spontaneously once the qi has been cultivated and the vessel sealed. In yoga, this corresponds to the beginning of Sushumna activation. The prana, once moving through the lateral Ida and Pingala channels, begins to align through the central path, opening the way for upward motion through the chakras. In Sufi language, this may be the point at which the light of the Ruh begins to circulate through the body, touching the subtle organs of perception, animating the heart, and lifting the awareness above its former station. In Kabbalistic symbolism, this is the movement of light up the middle pillar, uniting the lower Sephirot with the upper Tifereth rising toward Da'at. In each system, this moment is described not as a breakthrough, but as the beginning of movement within the field. It is not a transcendent leap. It is a natural unfolding. The inner body is no longer just present. It is alive. The practitioner does not guide this movement. To try would interrupt it. It must be watched, followed, supported by stillness and breath, but never directed by force. The light knows where to go. The vessel has already shaped the path. What is needed now is attention, patience, and presence. The body becomes the chamber through which the light begins to circulate, and the self, no longer a passive observer, begins to feel itself moving inside that flow. This is not something to believe in. It is something to feel. If you close your eyes now and return to the interior space, you may notice it. A pull, a pulse, a soft rising. You are not imagining this. The light is beginning to move. Part 3, the shell begins to crack. Once the light begins to move, the container that held it can no longer remain unchanged. The golden egg, once sealed and silent, begins to open. Not with violence, not with noise, but with a shift so complete and so quiet that everything in the field of awareness must adapt. The stillness is not broken. It remains, but it is no longer absolute. The containment, once perfect, begins to stretch. The boundaries of the vessel become soft. The light that once stayed within now begins to rise and radiate. The shell begins to crack. This is not dramatic. It is not a moment of transcendence. It is a shift in the very structure of how perception is held. There is no single signal, no moment of enlightenment, but a growing recognition. The inner light is no longer confined. The attention, once gathered inside, begins to extend. The breath feels larger than the lungs. The spine feels taller than the body. The air around you feels like it is inside you. The boundary between interior and exterior begins to dissolve. Some feel this as a soft bloom from the heart, as if something is unfolding from within the chest, reaching outward into the space around it. Others feel it above the head, a pressure lifting, or a channel opening, as if space itself is beginning to think. The skull becomes porous. The field becomes alive. You may begin to sense your awareness not just seated behind the eyes, but hovering behind the body, above the crown, or all around at once. This is not dissociation. It is not fantasy. It is the first actual sensation of the light body moving into space. The traditions all describe this moment in different ways, but the pattern is clear. In Taoist texts, it is the moment when Shen, the spirit, lifts from the golden embryo, traveling upward through the crown to make contact with the greater field. The circuit is no longer contained in a vertical loop. It begins to spiral outward. The breath feeds this motion. The stillness holds it. In yogic systems, this is the soft awakening of the crown center Sahasrara, not a chakra being visualized, but a widening above the head. Perception begins to track upward and outward at once. The crown is not pierced. It is opened, like the soft spot at the top of an infant's skull, still aware of the world before separation. Sufi literature speaks of the heart becoming transparent, a mirror reflecting light from all directions. The heart lamp is no longer internal. It shines forward, backward, above, and below. The self, once a witness of light, becomes a source of it. The interior space of perception becomes spherical, not imagined, felt. The practitioner becomes aware of being surrounded by presence, but more than that, of being that presence. The mirror reflects not just outward light, but the light that emerges from within the vessel itself. Kabbalistic texts describe this as the expansion of the KLI, the vessel, to accommodate greater influx. The container of light becomes transparent to its source. Light rises through the Sephirot, reaching toward Da'at, the hidden knowledge, the point where interior and exterior are no longer distinguished. This is the moment when the soul begins to integrate the upper and lower trees, not through belief, but through structure. The shell was never a prison. It was a seed casing. It must crack so that growth can continue. In Egyptian rites, this is the resurrection moment. The ba rises from the tomb, not a place of death, but of preparation. The tomb is the sealed vessel. The ba does not fly until the internal light becomes strong enough to lift it. That moment comes not when the initiate seeks escape, but when the chamber becomes complete. The cracking of the shell is not release from death. It is emergence into a larger life. Practitioners report a range of sensations at this stage. The breath may feel suspended, not held, but forgotten. The body may feel lighter, wider, less central. Space itself begins to pulse. There may be moments when perception shifts suddenly as though the center of seeing moves behind the head, or above it, or all around. These are not side effects. They are the signs of a real transition. The shift from containment to movement, from formation to emergence. You are no longer forming the light body. It is beginning to use itself. This is not transcendence. It is not exit. It is not detachment. It is the recognition that the interior self is no longer held within the limits of physical form. You are still in the body, but the body is no longer your edge. You remain in stillness, but that stillness is now radiant. You do not direct the movement. You participate in it. The light is still subtle, but it moves now. It seeks paths. It begins to circulate, and soon it will begin to speak through rhythm. Part 4. The movement becomes rhythmic. Once the shell is opened, the light no longer pulses randomly. It does not flicker or surge. It begins to move in rhythm. The field organizes itself into flow, not imagined cycles or symbolic spirals, but felt currents that loop and return. The inner body becomes a system, not of structure alone, but of patterned movement. The breath joins it. The spine conducts it. Attention rides it like a wave. This rhythm does not come from technique. It arises through ripening. Just as a heartbeat finds its tempo, just as breath settles into rhythm during deep sleep, the light body begins to generate its own internal cadence. The practitioner does not design it. The rhythm appears. The task is to listen, to allow, to become so still that the pattern reveals itself and begins to carry you. At first, the movement may seem to rise and fall. Breath flows in, and light moves upward. Breath flows out, and light descends. This may be felt along the spine, as a current behind the bones, or in the chest, as a tide expanding and contracting the interior space. Over time, this flow becomes circular. The energy no longer climbs and falls like a wave. It begins to orbit. This is the beginning of inner circulation. In Taoist internal cultivation, this moment marks the activation of the microcosmic orbit, a complete loop of qi moving from the lower dantian, up the back of the spine along the dumai, over the crown, and down the front through the ren mai, returning to the belly. This is not visualization. It is a tactile, directional flow that arises only when the vessel is quiet enough, sealed enough, to conduct the current without interruption. The practitioner does not push the qi through the orbit. They feel it begin to move, and once it does, they support it by listening. In yogic systems, this is the moment when the sushumna becomes not just open but active. The breath, prana, and awareness begin to align within the central channel. The lateral currents, ida and pingala, soften and balance, and the light begins to rise in spirals through the inner column. Not just upward, forward, inward, through the subtle centers. The movement is gentle but continuous. It is not heat. It is not tension. It is a coursing that feels neither imagined nor muscular. The spine becomes the instrument. The light begins to play through it. In Sufism, the rhythm emerges in the heart. Once the light is stable and the inner vessel polished, the qalb becomes a center not just of reflection, but of motion. The heart breathes the light. The field begins to pulse from within it. Some speak of a wind in the chest, others of a current that flows from the heart to the crown and returns. It is not metaphor. It is the beginning of internal coherence. Rhythm is the signature of coherence. Egyptian initiation texts are less explicit, but the patterns are preserved in the iconography. The serpent ascending the spine, the solar disk above the head, the ba with its wings outstretched in mirrored balance. These are not images of power. They are diagrams of rhythm. The subtle body must circulate. Only then can it lift. This stage may be accompanied by very specific sensations. You may begin to feel breath as a loop rather than a line. As you inhale, light rises. As you exhale, light descends, but not simply back down. It curves forward, through the face, through the tongue, down the center line of the chest. Some describe a second breath, deeper than the physical one, moving beneath the surface of normal respiration. The body may feel like a single chamber now unified, ringing with quiet current. This is the beginning of energetic unity, not balance as stillness, but balance as circulation. You are no longer practicing silence. You are moving within silence. The inner body is not simply formed, it is functioning. Breath, awareness, and light are now moving as one. You may find that your posture adjusts itself, the chin tucks slightly, the chest lifts, the pelvis steadies. Not by command, but by necessity. The rhythm of light has spatial requirements. It begins to ask for a certain openness, a certain verticality, a certain fluidity of spine and joints. This is when external practices Tai Chi, Qigong, breath yoga begin to take on new meaning. Their movements are no longer exercises. They are conductive patterns for the rhythm already moving inside you. You are no longer sitting in the vessel. You are riding the current. The light is moving in you, around you, and now as you. Part 5. The birth of directional presence. The light is no longer simply present. It is no longer something you feel or observe. It has become something that acts, not in metaphor, not through symbolic meaning, but through motion, orientation, and response. The vessel is now not only formed, not only moving, but aware. And in that awareness, it begins to turn, it begins to aim, it begins to know where it is going. This is the birth of directional presence. The subtle body is no longer passive. It is not just a structure, it is a field of intelligence. Light moves through it, but it also listens. It becomes perceptive. Not just of your breath or posture or inner sensations, it begins to orient towards something beyond itself. It turns, sometimes without your decision, toward a direction, an axis, a point of radiance or inquiry that is not contained inside your personal field. The practitioner may feel the interior current leaning upward or forward, or drawn to a space that cannot be seen but is deeply felt. This is not an abstract experience. It is precise. The current of awareness, which until now has moved with breath or spine or stillness, begins to extend. It seeks connection. It reaches out without physical motion toward what lies beyond. And the inner light follows. The subtle body does not dissolve. It becomes a vehicle. It does not transcend the world. It begins to participate in it more fully through light. In Tibetan systems, this moment corresponds to the trainability of the illusory body. Before this, the subtle body may be felt, even seen, but it remains embryonic. Only once it begins to orient, to turn toward the world, toward the teachings, toward death, toward the unborn, can it be developed intentionally. Not in theory, in practice. Presence becomes mobile. Awareness begins to stand on its own. In Taoist texts, this is when the inner light, having been gathered and sealed, begins to act as the guide of the internal circuit. No longer just a result of breath and posture, the light becomes a teacher. It knows where to go. The practitioner does not drive the process, they follow it. Movements become responses, not strategies. Breath becomes part of listening. Sufi teachings point to this shift through the doctrine of the Sur, the innermost consciousness, the secret self. The Sur is not just still, it is relational. It does not simply reflect divine light, it answers it. Once the heart is polished and the vessel formed, the Sur begins to respond directly to the divine current. Not through emotion, through orientation. The entire being turns toward what it cannot see, and in that turning, it begins to receive more than light. It begins to receive meaning. Kabbalistic texts suggest a similar threshold in the movement between Tifereth and Da'at. Tifereth is beauty, balance, the heart center, the coherence of the self. But Da'at knowledge is not informational. It is union. It is the point at which the structure opens toward the ineffable, and light pours downward not only as presence, but as knowing. The vessel becomes an eye. The structure becomes capable of receiving knowledge that does not come from mind, but from alignment. In Egyptian initiation, this is the moment when the Ba, having risen from the tomb, does not simply fly. It navigates. The soul, now alive in its new form, begins its passage through realms. Not fantasy realms, not myths, but conditions of presence that unfold as the soul learns to move through them. The field of light becomes a landscape. The self becomes a traveler. All of this is felt, not imagined, not studied, felt. You may already sense it. A slight movement of the current toward something. An inner turn, a directional pull when you enter stillness. This is not random. This is the subtle self beginning to orient. It is the moment when the light becomes your own, not just because it is within you, but because it begins to act as you. The vessel is no longer only forming. It is no longer only circulating. It is beginning to express its own nature. It is moving with intention. Part 1. The map is already inside you. You do not need to invent the way back. You do not need to guess. You do not need to imagine where the light should go. The structure is already present. The pathways are already drawn. The return is not something you create, it is something you uncover. The human body is not just a vessel. It is a temple built around an unseen axis. Every tradition that studies the inner light has reached the same conclusion. The body contains the map, not as symbol, not as allegory, but as actual perceptual architecture that reveals itself when the attention becomes still enough to see. This is why, when the light begins to move, it does not move randomly. It spirals, it ascends. It curls into precise currents and passes through specific openings. These are not arbitrary. They are not created by will. They are traced by the form itself. The light moves along the spine not because of dogma, but because the spine is the inner column. The light collects behind the heart because the heart is the chamber of resonance. It lifts into the skull because the skull contains the throne. These are not metaphors. They are perceptual facts, discoverable by anyone who enters the field of attention deeply enough. The Taoist cultivator does not imagine the Du and Ren channels. They feel them years before they have names for them. The vertical current becomes tactile. It gathers qi and returns it to the field below. In yogic training, the sushumna is not invented. It is found. The breath enters it through stillness. The current begins to hum between base and crown. In Kabbalistic ascent, the middle pillar is not symbolic. It is the direct path through the sephirot, a vertical movement of light from body to awareness to wisdom to knowing. It is not climbed, it is revealed. Sufis speak of stations. But the stations are not disciplines. They are conditions of the subtle body as it refines itself. One does not pass through them with effort. One arrives at them through stillness and sincerity. Each station marks a deeper orientation, a clearer resonance with the returning light. The seeker is not blazing a trail. The trail is already there. Even the Egyptians, whose symbols seem distant, left their architecture as record. The inner temples were built with vertical chambers, rising from the earth into the sky. These were not stages of the soul after death. They were the stations of the light body rising through its own temple. The BA was never asked to imagine a path. It was taught to return through the structure already encoded within it. This is why the light seems to know what it is doing, why it begins to move before you understand, why it finds channels you never created. The map is not mental. It is structural. It does not live in thought. It lives in the body, behind the breath, beneath the field of ordinary sensation. It is buried under distraction. But it has always been there. The spine is the beginning of it. But the spine is not enough. As the light rises, the chambers above and behind the heart begin to open. The throat becomes a passage. The skull becomes a system. The practitioner begins to discover that the body contains not just organs, but spaces. Not just functions, but rooms. These rooms are not visible, but they can be entered. They have shape, quality, rhythm. They form a path, and the light will find them. You do not need to see the whole map. You only need to remain still enough that the next part reveals itself. You do not need to be worthy. The architecture is not given as a reward. It is part of what you are. You were not born into the path. You were born as the path. And now the light has begun to remember it. Part 2. The vertical ascent. Once the practitioner realizes the path is already built within, the light begins to follow it upward. Not all at once. Not in a surge. But in stages, each defined by a new quality of space, a new refinement of attention. The movement is vertical, but not just directional. It is architectural. It follows a shape, a system, a series of gates. Each gate opens when the attention becomes quiet enough to remain and strong enough to endure what is revealed there. The first ascent is from the lower field, often felt in the belly or below the navel, up through the spine into the heart. This is not just breath rising or heat moving upward. It is a shift in location of the self. The practitioner begins to feel their center of being lift from the abdomen into the chest. Awareness settles in the heart, not as emotion, but as space. The chest becomes wide. The breath enters the ribs differently. The field becomes radiant. The body, still unmoving, begins to hold a kind of presence that has weight but no mass. From here, the current continues upward into the throat and then the back of the head. At each level, the sensation is not one of climbing. It is one of clearing. What blocked the current was never physical. It was noise, thought, reaction. As these fade, the light rises, pulled not by force but by alignment. The neck elongates naturally. The chin tucks slightly. The back of the skull begins to feel hollow yet bright. These are the first signs of entering the cranial field. In yogic systems, this ascent is the opening of the central channel, sushumna, and the passage through the inner center chakras, though not as colors or petals, but as densities of perception. Each center becomes a station, and each station brings both an opening and a refinement. The energy is not being pushed upward. It is being invited by the coherence below. When the base is stable, the crown begins to open. Taoist practitioners describe a similar current, the internal ascent of qi, from the lower dantian through the spine to the brain. The path is called the governing vessel, or dumai, and it conducts not only energy but perception. The mind, once centered in the eyes, begins to draw backward, settling behind the face. The upper dantian, at the level of the forehead and crown, becomes active. Not through effort, but through return. This is not an act of reaching, it is a withdrawal of noise. The structure appears when nothing else is interfering. In Kabbalah, the path is described through the middle pillar, the vertical alignment of the sephirot, leading from Malkuth, the root of embodiment, upward through Yesod, Tifereth, and into Dahat. The movement is not an escape from the world, but a climb toward direct knowing. Dahat, the hidden sephira, is not knowledge as information. It is knowledge as union, the point where the self and the light are no longer separate. In Sufism, the vertical current is not described anatomically, but it is lived. The heart becomes illuminated. The sir, the secret center, begins to respond to the descending and ascending lights. The awareness rises, but it rises in presence, not in ecstasy. The body is not discarded. It becomes quieter. It supports the ascent. And in the Egyptian mystery language, the soul does not float. It climbs. The BA rises through the chambers of the Duat, the inner world. Each chamber corresponds to a transformation, a stripping of identity, a refinement of light, a passage through shadow and memory and silence. The ascent is not flight. It is architecture. The soul finds its way upward because the temple was already within it. As the practitioner enters this ascent, certain signs begin to appear. The breath may feel like it is rising into the skull. The head may become hollow, not lightheaded, but open in ways that are impossible to explain. The face softens from within. The field behind the eyes becomes spacious. The back of the head may begin to pulse with light or subtle pressure. The crown feels as if it is breathing. This is not imagination. It is the vertical body coming alive. The same body that was once hidden beneath tension and noise. The same path that was already present in the form. The light is not traveling far. It is simply reclaiming the axis of its own being. The vertical ascent is not the goal. It is the way through which the higher field will one day descend. But for now, the light climbs. Not fast, not with effort, but with precision. And it climbs not to leave the world, but to remember where it came from. Part 2, the vertical ascent. Once the practitioner realizes the path is already built within, the light begins to follow it upward. Not all at once, not in a surge, but in stages, each defined by a new quality of space, a new refinement of attention. The movement is vertical, but not just directional. It is architectural. It follows a shape, a system, a series of gates. Each gate opens when the attention becomes quiet enough to remain and strong enough to endure what is revealed there. The first ascent is from the lower field, often felt in the belly or below the navel, up through the spine into the heart. This is not just breath rising or heat moving upward. It is a shift in location of the self. The practitioner begins to feel their center of being lift from the abdomen into the chest. Awareness settles in the heart, not as emotion, but as space. The chest becomes wide. The breath enters the ribs differently. The field becomes radiant. The body, still unmoving, begins to hold a kind of presence that has weight but no mass. From here, the current continues upward into the throat and then the back of the head. At each level, the sensation is not one of climbing, it is one of clearing. What blocked the current was never physical. It was noise, thought, reaction. As these fade, the light rises, pulled not by force but by alignment. The neck elongates naturally. The chin tucks slightly. The back of the skull begins to feel hollow yet bright. These are the first signs of entering the cranial field. In yogic systems, this ascent is the opening of the central channel, sushumna, and the passage through the inner center chakras, though not as colors or petals, but as densities of perception. Each center becomes a station, and each station brings both an opening and a refinement. The energy is not being pushed upward. It is being invited by the coherence below. When the base is stable, the crown begins to open. Taoist practitioners describe a similar current, the internal ascent of qi, from the lower dantian through the spine to the brain. The path is called the governing vessel, or dumai, and it conducts not only energy but perception. The mind, once centered in the eyes, begins to draw backward, settling behind the face. The upper dantian, at the level of the forehead and crown, becomes active. Not through effort, but through return. This is not an act of reaching, it is a withdrawal of noise. The structure appears when nothing else is interfering. In Kabbalah, the path is described through the middle pillar, the vertical alignment of the Sephirot, leading from Malkuth, the root of embodiment, upward through Yesod, Tifereth, and into Dahat. The movement is not an escape from the world, but a climb toward direct knowing. Dahat, the hidden Sephira, is not knowledge as information. It is knowledge as union, the point where the self and the light are no longer separate. In Sufism, the vertical current is not described anatomically, but it is lived. The heart becomes illuminated. The sir, the secret center, begins to respond to the descending and ascending lights. The awareness rises, but it rises in presence, not in ecstasy. The body is not discarded. It becomes quieter. It supports the ascent. And in the Egyptian mystery language, the soul does not float. It climbs. The Ba rises through the chambers of the Duat, the inner world. Each chamber corresponds to a transformation, a stripping of identity, a refinement of light, a passage through shadow and memory and silence. The ascent is not flight. It is architecture. The soul finds its way upward because the temple was already within it. As the practitioner enters this ascent, certain signs begin to appear. The breath may feel like it is rising into the skull. The head may become hollow, not lightheaded, but open in ways that are impossible to explain. The face softens from within. The field behind the eyes becomes spacious. The back of the head may begin to pulse with light or subtle pressure. The crown feels as if it is breathing. This is not imagination. It is the vertical body coming alive. The same body that was once hidden beneath tension and noise. The same path that was already present in the form. The light is not traveling far. It is simply reclaiming the axis of its own being. The vertical ascent is not the goal. It is the way through which the higher field will one day descend. But for now, the light climbs. Not fast, not with effort, but with precision. And it climbs not to leave the world, but to remember where it came from. Part 2, the vertical ascent. Once the practitioner realizes the path is already built within, the light begins to follow it upward. Not all at once, not in a surge, but in stages, each defined by a new quality of space, a new refinement of attention. The movement is vertical, but not just directional. It is architectural. It follows a shape, a system, a series of gates. Each gate opens when the attention becomes quiet enough to remain and strong enough to endure what is revealed there. The first ascent is from the lower field, often felt in the belly or below the navel, up through the spine into the heart. This is not just breath rising or heat moving upward. It is a shift in location of the self. The practitioner begins to feel their center of being lift from the abdomen into the chest. Awareness settles in the heart, not as emotion, but as space. The chest becomes wide. The breath enters the ribs differently. The field becomes radiant. The body, still unmoving, begins to hold a kind of presence that has weight but no mass. From here, the current continues upward into the throat and then the back of the head. At each level, the sensation is not one of climbing, it is one of clearing. What blocked the current was never physical. It was noise, thought, reaction. As these fade, the light rises, pulled not by force but by alignment. The neck elongates naturally. The chin tucks slightly. The back of the skull begins to feel hollow yet bright. These are the first signs of entering the cranial field. In yogic systems, this ascent is the opening of the central channel, sushumna, and the passage through the inner center chakras, though not as colors or petals, but as densities of perception. Each center becomes a station, and each station brings both an opening and a refinement. The energy is not being pushed upward. It is being invited by the coherence below. When the base is stable, the crown begins to open. Taoist practitioners describe a similar current, the internal ascent of qi, from the lower dantian through the spine to the brain. The path is called the governing vessel, or dumai, and it conducts not only energy but perception. The mind, once centered in the eyes, begins to draw backward, settling behind the face. The upper dantian, at the level of the forehead and crown, becomes active. Not through effort, but through return. This is not an act of reaching, it is a withdrawal of noise. The structure appears when nothing else is interfering. In Kabbalah, the path is described through the middle pillar, the vertical alignment of the Sephirot, leading from Malkuth, the root of embodiment, upward through Yesod, Tifereth, and into Dahat. The movement is not an escape from the world, but a climb toward direct knowing. Dahat, the hidden Sephira, is not knowledge as information. It is knowledge as union, the point where the self and the light are no longer separate. In Sufism, the vertical current is not described anatomically, but it is lived. The heart becomes illuminated. The sir, the secret center, begins to respond to the descending and ascending lights. The awareness rises, but it rises in presence, not in ecstasy. The body is not discarded. It becomes quieter. It supports the ascent. And in the Egyptian mystery language, the soul does not float. It climbs. The BA rises through the chambers of the Duat, the inner world. Each chamber corresponds to a transformation, a stripping of identity, a refinement of light, a passage through shadow and memory and silence. The ascent is not flight. It is architecture. The soul finds its way upward because the temple was already within it. As the practitioner enters this ascent, certain signs begin to appear. The breath may feel like it is rising into the skull. The head may become hollow, not lightheaded, but open in ways that are impossible to explain. The face softens from within. The field behind the eyes becomes spacious. The back of the head may begin to pulse with light or subtle pressure. The crown feels as if it is breathing. This is not imagination. It is the vertical body coming alive. The same body that was once hidden beneath tension and noise. The same path that was already present in the form. The light is not traveling far. It is simply reclaiming the axis of its own being. The vertical ascent is not the goal. It is the way through which the higher field will one day descend. But for now, the light climbs. Not fast, not with effort, but with precision. And it climbs not to leave the world, but to remember where it came from. Part 3. The interior chambers. As the light continues its vertical ascent, it does not pass through a smooth, featureless tunnel. It enters chambers. These are not symbolic stages. They are actual spaces, perceptual interiors, that begin to disclose themselves when the light body becomes coherent enough to inhabit them. They do not appear to the mind. They appear to awareness itself, the moment awareness stops clinging to form and begins to dwell in stillness. These chambers are not uniform. Each has its own quality, its own rhythm, its own kind of silence. Some are cool, soft, and open like sky. Others are warm, dense, echoing. Some feel as if they are turning in place, moving gently even when the body is still. They are not imagined. They are encountered. The practitioner arrives in them not by effort, but by alignment. Each chamber appears when the system is ready to rest in it. One of the first chambers appears behind the heart. Not the beating muscle, but a depth behind it. The breath draws inward and begins to hover there. The spine becomes upright and fluid. The attention, once housed in the face, now seats itself behind the chest. This chamber is often the first that feels large, not spacious in an abstract sense, but spatially wide, like a room inside the ribs. Some traditions treat this as a moment of emotional purification, but the deeper traditions do not seek catharsis. They seek clarity. The practitioner simply stays with the breath, and the chamber opens further. From here, the light often moves upward into the skull, and it is here that the most distinct interior chambers begin to reveal themselves. The first may feel like a small sphere behind the brow. It is still, magnetic, perfectly shaped. Some describe it as a room of silver-blue light, others as a black mirror. This is not visualization. It is something encountered, more real than imagery. Yogic texts call this the cave of Brahman, located at the center of the head, where the breath and the bindu meet. Taoist sources describe this as part of the crystal palace, a complex, echoing structure in the center of the brain that includes the pineal, pituitary, and surrounding tissue, not as biological fact, but as the anatomical core of the upper dantian. When this chamber opens, breath begins to curve into it. Light pulses without flickering. The field becomes spherical. Further in, another chamber opens behind the crown. It may feel suspended above the skull, or slightly behind it. This space is empty, yet aware. It does not pulse, it listens. It does not shimmer, it remains. It is not seen, it sees. This is the highest point that can be accessed while remaining within the vertical axis of the body. Beyond it lies only descent. Kabbalistic thought places Dot here not at the top, but just beyond the crown, hovering in the upper, interior between Keter and Tiferet. It is not a sephira like the others. It is the knowledge that comes only when the vessel has been filled and emptied in turn. This chamber is not filled by ascent, it is touched by grace. In the Egyptian rites, these chambers are described as regions of the duat inner worlds through which the BA must pass. Each one contains a test, not of moral virtue, but of coherence. The soul is weighed, not in punishment, but to see whether it has gathered enough stability to proceed. Each chamber reflects a dimension of the self. The practitioner does not imagine symbols. The soul experiences itself in different lights, and when it is ready, it moves on. These interior chambers are not linear. One does not pass through them as steps on a staircase. They unfold like petals, like nested rooms within a temple. Some are revisited again and again. Some appear only once. Their timing is not predictable. Their sequence is not fixed. But their structure is real. When the subtle body enters a chamber, it must do nothing. The breath becomes quieter, the spine remains, the body does not move. But inside, the field becomes clear. The space begins to respond to your presence. It sharpens. It reveals a shape, a rhythm, sometimes a sound, not heard by the ear but felt in the breath, like a tone beneath silence, like a light that never began. This is not revelation. It is recognition. These spaces are not given. They were always there. The light is not discovering something new. It is remembering the rooms it was built to return to. Part 4. The descent of the higher light. The ascent was never the end. It was only the clearing of the way. When the chambers open, when the interior path becomes coherent, when the vessel no longer fractures the light as it enters, something begins to descend. It is not a copy of the lower light. It is not something made by effort. It is not the energy you have been working with. It is not yours. It is the higher light. The practitioner does not summon it. The descent occurs when the structure has been built, sealed, opened, and aligned, when the spine no longer trembles, when the field no longer scatters, when the breath no longer interferes. Then, without command, the light begins to enter from above. This is not imagination. It is not wish. The descent is precise, unmistakable, and often overwhelming in its clarity. It may feel like brightness without origin, like intelligence without thought, like silence that speaks. It is not more intense than the lower light. It is more complete. It brings not power, but coherence. It does not strike. It arrives. In yogic terms, this is the descent of Shiva, not the mythic god, but the still and infinite field above the crown. When Shakti, the rising force, reaches the top, she does not remain there. She meets her counterpart. And then the field inverts. The crown opens not as a hole, but as a mouth. What enters is not fire. It is a light so pure that it contains no trace of direction. It does not move. It abides. Taoist cultivation describes this moment as the descent of original spirit, Yuan Shen. After the microcosmic orbit has stabilized, after the light has returned to the lower dantian, again and again, the higher field begins to condense. Not upward, downward. The light of heaven enters the body because the body has become quiet enough to hold it. It is said that this spirit does not touch ground unless the field is fully balanced. It brings completion, not intensity. In Sufi doctrine, this moment is described in terms of the ruh, the spirit that is not created, that does not die. The nafs must be quieted, the qalb polished, the sir awakened. Only then does the ruh descend. It is not a symbol. It is a condition of pure being that can only arrive when the human field has become transparent, enough to carry it without shattering. It does not visit for insight. It comes to remain. In the Kabbalistic system, the Or Ein Sof, the infinite light, does not flood the vessel until the vessel has become capable of receiving it without breaking. This is the entire purpose of restriction. The vessel was never denied. It was being prepared. When the light descends, it does not bless. It completes. The human structure, refined through returning light, is now shaped to hold the uncreated. The Egyptians placed this descent at the very end of the soul's passage through the duat. After the BA has passed through all tests, all chambers, all transformations, it reaches the hall of Ma'at. The weighing is not of sin. It is of density, of refinement. The feather is not a judgment. It is a measure of coherence. And if the soul is whole, the divine heart, the higher essence, is returned to it. Not as reward, as reunion. For the practitioner, the descent may come suddenly or gradually. It may arrive as light, or stillness, or clarity, or presence. It may enter through the crown, or behind the head, or silently radiate into the field without motion. There is no drama. There is no vision. Only the unmistakable sense that something greater has entered. Something that has always waited, not above, but just outside the edge of perception. Once this descent occurs, the light within and the light beyond are no longer separate. The body still sits. The breath still flows. The field still holds. But now, it is not rising toward anything. It is receiving. It is not climbing. It is becoming whole. This is the architecture of return, not escape from embodiment, but its fulfillment. The vessel was never a trap. It was a waiting place. And now, the one it was made to receive has come home. Part 5, return is not escape. There is a misconception, subtle but persistent, that the movement inward leads away from the world, that to ascend, to circulate light, to receive the higher presence, is to separate from life, to detach, dissolve, or transcend. But none of the true traditions say this. Not one. Every system that has mapped the architecture of return tells the same truth in different forms. The goal is not departure. The goal is integration. The light returns not to escape the body, but to inhabit it more completely. The return is not retreat. It is embodiment on another level. The practitioner who has gathered, circulated, ascended, and received does not vanish. They begin to remain. The stillness does not become absence. It becomes clarity in motion. The body is not left behind. It is included. The breath is not irrelevant. It becomes aligned. The field is not emptied. It is balanced. What has changed is not the world, but the way it is carried. In yogic terms, this is the emergence of the Jivanmukta one who is liberated, yet still embodied. The currents have been awakened. The inner architecture has opened. The higher field has descended. But the practitioner continues to walk, speak, breathe. The outer form remains in the world, but the center of identity has moved. The Jivanmukta is no longer seated in the ego, the personality, or the needs of the body. They are seated in presence itself. Taoist cultivation speaks of this as the return to the valley. After refinement, ascent, circulation, and transformation, the sage returns to the world not because the world needs saving, but because the light must be carried. The subtle body is not a refuge, it is a vehicle. Once stable, it must move through the visible world without losing its internal alignment. The sage becomes ordinary, but that ordinariness is rooted in something far beyond what can be seen. Sufism calls this station Baka, subsistence in God. After the annihilation of the false self, after the descent of the real light, the practitioner does not remain in ecstasy. They return, not to ego, but to function. The hands still act, the voice still speaks, but the center has changed. The self is no longer the doer. It is the vessel through which being flows. There is no attempt to leave the world. There is only the light passing through it, clearly, gently, without interruption. In Kabbalistic thought, the vessel that has received the infinite light does not explode or vanish. It stabilizes. It becomes part of the ongoing act of creation. The world was not made and then finished. It is being made now, moment by moment, through the vessels that can receive and transmit the light without distortion. The practitioner becomes such, a vessel not because they have withdrawn, but because they have returned to participate fully with awareness of the source intact. And in Egyptian language, the ba that has risen and passed through the chambers, received its heart and been recognized, in the hall of Ma'at does not remain in the sky. It returns. It becomes the Akh, a shining being, luminous and present, not dead but transformed. The Akh does not belong to the tomb. It walks among the living, unseen but active, a presence that guides, not by voice, but by alignment. This is the completion of the arc. The inner work is not a detour. It is a straight line through silence, light, structure, and return. The practitioner does not become absent. They become present in a new way, coherent, available, precise. The body does not become irrelevant. It becomes the outermost layer of a much deeper structure. What began as a flicker of light behind closed eyes has become a fully inhabited field. The mind is no longer the center. The skull is no longer a limit. The breath is no longer random. The self is no longer scattered. Light has returned to light. But the vessel remains. You are still here. But what you are now includes far more than what you thought could ever fit inside your skin. You are not the drop. You are the ocean in a drop, returned to its own tide, walking the world quietly, rhythmically, and with light in every direction. Chapter 6. Practicing the Path Without Symbols. Part 1. The absence of image is not emptiness. There comes a point when the practitioner sits, enters stillness, and nothing appears. No light, no warmth, no movement, no visions, no presence, only darkness, only breath, only the space behind closed eyes. This is the point when most people stop. They assume they failed. They assume the light is not working, that they are not ready, that nothing is happening. But in truth, this is often the first true doorway into the real field. Not because of what appears, but because of what no longer does. The absence of image is not emptiness, it is clarity. The early stages of interior work are often crowded with symbols, lights, sounds, subtle colors, imagined motion. These may come naturally, or through suggestion, or through techniques. They are not false, but they are not the core of the work. They are what the field throws up as it begins to stir. They are surface tension residue of the mind learning to sit still, and they often keep the practitioner from feeling what is deeper. The deeper field is quieter. It does not announce itself. It does not flash. It does not impress. It reveals itself only when the tendency to interpret and imagine is put aside, only when the practitioner is no longer trying to experience something, but is instead resting precisely where they are, in the most basic, undisturbed attention. At this level, the field of perception does not vanish. It thickens. The darkness behind the eyes becomes dense, not in a way that blocks, but in a way that contains. There is a sense that space itself is real, not the room, not the body, not the breath, but the darkness. It begins to press back, not forcefully, but unmistakably. This density is not dramatic, it is delicate, it does not shimmer, it does not pulse, but it has substance. And that substance is the sign that the architecture is beginning to form. Taoist and yogic systems speak of the field condensing, not visually, but energetically. The breath becomes more subtle, the bones feel heavier, the body begins to ring with stillness, not deadness presence. And this presence is not filled with images, it is filled with knowing, not facts, not insight, knowing without thought. The kind of knowing that makes no sound, but leaves no doubt. The practitioner who remains in this field will often feel heat arise, or a soft stirring behind the navel, or a magnetic sensation at the forehead, not because they imagined it, but because the deeper current has begun, not in the mind, in the system. Sufis call this state fana, not the annihilation of self, but the disappearance of distraction. What remains is not silence, it is an active, intelligent stillness, a field that is aware, a field that begins to move without image. This is when the work begins. The absence of image is not emptiness, it is the readiness of the vessel, the removal of obstruction, the condition required for real light to circulate. The practitioner does not need to see anything, they need only to stay. Part 2. Attention is the substance of the path. The structure is not built through imagination. It is not accessed through belief. It is not opened by recitation or by will. It opens through attention, not attention as focus, not concentration, not effort, but attention as presence, a kind of unbroken resting in what is already there. The light behind your eyelids is not waiting to be triggered. It is waiting to be noticed, and not by the mind, by attention itself. Attention is not a tool. It is the path. In nearly every tradition that works with the inner light, there is a moment when the practitioner realizes they do not need to do anything. They need only to attend without interruption. At first, this feels passive, but it is not passive. It is exquisitely active, a kind of sustained intimacy with experience that does not push or interpret or reach. In yogic teachings, this is called ekagrata, one-pointed attention. But in deeper stages, attention moves beyond the object. It becomes objectless. The point dissolves. What remains is unwavering, witnessing, not dry observation, a felt presence, full, open, unmoving. Taoist inner alchemy refers to this as listening not with ears, but with the body. The light cannot be seen at first, but it can be felt as the result of attention that is deep enough to still the breath and wide enough to hold the field. In Sufi writings, attention is called himma, not willpower, but the ability to remain completely with a thing. Himma does not seek, it stays. It is this staying that allows the light of the ruh to be known. The sir, the innermost secret of the heart, only becomes active when attention no longer shifts. In all of these teachings, the rule is the same. The finer the structure you are trying to perceive, the more precise and continuous your attention must be. At first, attention is like a spotlight. It jumps, it scans, it tries, but gradually, it becomes finer. It becomes like water poured into a vessel. It fills the space of perception. It makes contact, not with ideas, but with form. This is why real practice begins not when something appears, but when the practitioner remains even when nothing does. When attention is allowed to sink through the layers of distraction, when it becomes so soft that it conforms to the inner shape of the field, when it stops seeking content and begins to reveal structure. In the early stages, it is enough to return, again and again, back to the breath, back to the spine, back to the space behind the eyes. This repetition is not failure. It is refinement. Each return deepens the imprint. Each moment of continuity feeds the forming vessel. Eventually, the attention becomes self-sustaining, not held by effort, held by the field itself. Then the breath quiets, the space thickens, the inner current begins to move, and the light begins to circulate not because you made it happen, but because attention made it possible. The light is not revealed to the one who chases it. It is revealed to the one who attends so fully that chasing becomes impossible. Part 3. What you do with the body shapes what you can perceive. The light does not bypass the body. It does not float above the spine or arrive from somewhere else. It emerges within the form and moves through it. If the form is not aligned, if the structure is not coherent, the field cannot hold. The light may enter. It may stir, but it will not remain. This is not a punishment. It is physics. The subtle body is not imagined. It is constructed through the physical body's stillness and alignment, not as a symbol, as a functional structure. What you do with the body changes what you are able to perceive. When you sit with the spine slightly curled, the upper chamber closes. The breath stays low, the crown seals. When the tongue drops away from the roof of the mouth, the circuit breaks. When the chin lifts, the current spills. When the knees are high and the pelvis is collapsed, the lower field cannot contain charge. These are not mystical errors. They are structural facts. The inner current moves through a shape, a vertical form. That form can be subtle or strict, but it cannot be absent. If the structure is inconsistent, so is the field. And the field is what allows perception of the light to become continuous. There are very few physical requirements, but they matter. The spine must be long, not rigid, but upright and alive. It must be available for vertical conduction, from tailbone to crown. The chin must be slightly tucked, not bent, not collapsed, simply drop back so that the back of the skull lifts and the axis clears. The tongue must rest gently against the roof of the mouth, just behind the teeth. This closes the front of the circuit and allows breath and light to complete their path. The hands must be still, held in the lap or folded lightly or resting on the thighs. If the hands move, the attention moves. If the fingers fidget, the current disperses. The knees must be grounded. Whether in a chair or on the floor, the lower body must be stable. Floating knees mean a collapsed pelvis. A collapsed pelvis means a scattered root, and a scattered root means the vessel cannot fill. When these elements are in place, the body begins to feel like a chamber, not a collection of limbs, but a single unified form. Breath slows. The nervous system softens. And the subtle structures, the vertical current, the dantian, the heart center, the inner crown begin to appear. This is why traditional postures were never about control. They were about conductivity. When the outer body is quiet and balanced, the inner field can align. It's not just easier to perceive the light. The light knows where to go. Tai Chi and Qigong speak of this constantly. Every movement arises from stillness, and every stillness has structure. The outer form is curved, responsive, unbroken. The inner field mirrors this. Each movement of the hands changes the breath. Each breath changes the alignment. Each alignment opens or closes a channel. In seated practice, the same law holds. There is no need to move, but the form must be intentional. Each adjustment, the angle, the chin, the shape of the spine, the placement of the tongue is like a fine-tuning of an instrument. The sound may be silent, but the harmony depends on tuning. The light does not need belief. It does not need visualization. But it does require a body that can hold it. Containment is not stiffness. It is readiness. Stillness is not passivity. It is structure, made so stable that the field becomes perceptible within it. The temple is not an idea. It is already here, built from your breath, your bones, your attention, and your willingness to remain. Part 4. Inner conditions that stabilize the current. The light enters easily. The body, when aligned, can receive it. But receiving is not the same as holding. Many people glimpse the current. Fewer are able to keep it. Fewer still can become transparent to it, clear enough that it no longer fluctuates with mood, thought, or effort. To stabilize the current, certain interior conditions must be present. These are not emotional states. They are not moral judgments. They are not mental attitudes. They are structural qualities of attention and presence, subtle alignments of the inner field that allow the light to stay. There are 3 primary conditions. Each one supports the others. When all 3 are present, the field holds. When even one is missing, the current weakens or disperses. The first is receptivity. This is not openness in the emotional sense. It is not about being sensitive. Receptivity is a specific interior condition in which the breath is soft, the eyes are unengaged, the mind is not anticipating, and the body is not reaching. It is a readiness without demand. When the practitioner is receptive, they do not seek, they do not interpret, they wait not passively, but attentively. The field begins to draw in, like water settling into stillness. In this stillness, the current begins to move. The second is sincerity. This is not morality. It is not the performance of humility. It is the absence of manipulation. The practitioner does not approach the light in order to gain something, prove something, or escape something. They sit because they must, because the light is real, because it has called them and they have answered. Sincerity is rare, not because it is difficult, but because it requires nothing added. No posturing, no self-image, no desire to impress even oneself. In its presence, the light clarifies. It enters without resistance. The third is stillness. Not physical stillness, though that helps. Not the stillness of suppression or control, but a stillness that arises when the interior field is no longer moving toward anything, not reaching for understanding, not preparing for the next moment, not reacting to what is arising. It is a kind of interior rest that allows everything to slow: the breath, the attention, the nervous system, the field itself. This is the foundation for containment. Without stillness, the light cannot remain. It flickers, scatters, moves on. These 3 conditions are not techniques. They are not separate from the practice. They are the practice. Posture supports them, breath feeds them, but they arise only when the practitioner stops trying to enter a special state, when the sitting becomes ordinary, when the breath is not watched, when the presence is enough. At this point, the field becomes magnetic. The current does not need to be summoned. It begins to gather, quietly, naturally, without sign. The head feels full, but not heavy. The chest feels wide, but not stretched. The base of the spine feels like stone. The body does not vanish. It becomes deep. The practitioner may notice that thoughts continue, emotions may arise, but they no longer move the field. They pass through it. The structure does not break. The breath does not shift. This is the mark of stability. The light no longer depends on circumstances. It remains, and as it remains, it begins to teach. Not through insight, but through presence, through movement, through silence. What was once subtle becomes clear. What was once flickering becomes steady. The current becomes continuous. This is not a state. It is a capacity. It does not come with effort. It arrives with alignment. The light is not asking you to be pure. It is asking you to be precise. And that precision begins not with technique, but with how you hold the space of your own being. Part 5, everyone can do this, but almost no one does. The threshold is low. The gate is open. The tools are already within you. There is no need for lineage, dogma, or permission. There is no cost. There is no barrier. There is only one requirement. You must sit still and look directly, not with your eyes, with your attention. And almost no one does. Not because it is difficult, but because it is quiet, because it is uneventful, because it offers nothing in return, at least not at first. It demands consistency, simplicity, a kind of honesty that cannot be displayed, a kind of discipline that goes unnoticed. The rewards are invisible, and so the world ignores them. But the work is here, present in every moment the body comes to rest, every time the eyes close, every time the breath settles and the practitioner allows the field to form without adding anything to it. The interior current is available to all. It does not care about belief. It does not require faith. It is not owned by any culture, any name, or any cosmology. It is the architecture of attention itself, the structure that underlies perception, and it begins to appear when attention stops chasing experience and starts to inhabit space. Children touch it by accident. Artists brush it without knowing its name. Monks spend years refining it. But it remains the same, a light that moves through stillness, seeking only to be received without interference. The reason most do not find it is not because it is hidden. It is because the world has filled every corner of perception with noise. The modern mind is trained to respond, to grasp, to interpret. The stillness behind the eyes is mistaken for emptiness. The silence in the body is mistaken for absence. But those who stay, who truly stay, discover that what looked like nothing was only waiting to be entered. The ancient traditions were built around this one truth. You already carry what you are looking for. The temple is already present. The current already flows. The path is not somewhere else. It begins exactly where you are sitting now. You do not need to qualify for it. You only need to recognize what is already yours. Then sit. Do not seek. Do not name. Do not try. Just remain gently, consistently, without ambition. Not once, not twice, but again and again. Until the breath becomes quiet, the space becomes dense, and the field begins to gather. This is not mystical. It is structural. It is as available as the breath, as constant as gravity. The vessel is already shaped. The current is already alive. You are not waiting for something to arrive. You are learning how to stop leaving. Chapter 7. The light. After seeing part 1, clarity is not the end. The light appears. The field stabilizes. The breath becomes subtle. The space behind the eyes holds its shape. The structure is no longer something you try to find. It is something you live within. This first full coherence of the inner current is unmistakable. It is not a vision. It is not an altered state. It is a condition of stillness, receptivity, presence, and magnetic return. The practitioner sits, and the field is already there. The breath no longer needs guiding. The body no longer needs to search for posture. The awareness no longer needs to scan. The system holds. The current moves. And the self, or what used to be the self, watches from within. This moment has been called many things: awakening, seeing, recognition, illumination. But none of these terms capture its true character. It is not a conclusion. It is not arrival. It is not the reward at the end of a long discipline. It is the moment when the real discipline begins. The appearance of the light is not the completion of the path. It is the orientation to it. Clarity is only the beginning. It shows you the structure. It makes the current visible. But what comes next is the work of embodiment, the long, unglamorous process of making the light stable, not just in sitting, but in motion, not just in practice, but in life. The light has entered. Now it must circulate. It must be received, not just once, but again and again, until the body becomes its resting place, until attention is no longer necessary for its presence, until the breath no longer disrupts it, until thought no longer fragments it. This process is not marked by visions or events. It is marked by subtle change. The kind of change that doesn't announce itself, but proves itself over time. Your responses shift. Your pace slows. Your decisions arise from stillness, not effort. Speech becomes more exact. Silence becomes more available. You begin to live from a place that was once only accessible in sitting. In yogic systems, this transition is from savikalpa samadhi absorption with content to nirvikalpa samadhi absorption without content, without fluctuation. But even this is not the end. It is only the passage into a more stable mode of being. What matters is not the depth of the state, but its continuity across experience. Taoist texts describe this as moving from form building to form using. At first, the subtle body is constructed and refined. Then, once stable, it becomes the basis of perception itself. The body no longer contains the practice. It becomes the vehicle of it. The field becomes a way of being, not an object of effort. The light is not asking to be worshipped. It is asking to be integrated. And this takes time. It takes repetition. It takes a new kind of humility, one that no longer seeks experience, but tends the vessel so gently that the presence becomes constant. This is what clarity is for. Not to impress, not to conclude, but to begin the slow and irreversible shift from doing the work to being the field in which the work continues on its own. Part 2. When the current stays without you. There is a moment, rarely predicted, never scheduled, when the practitioner realizes something extraordinary has occurred. The current continues even when they do not attend to it. Not during sitting, not during practice. In the quiet spaces between, the breath stills by itself. The posture corrects without effort. The field remains stable even during thought, even during movement. The structure that once required such care and precision now holds itself. This is not because the practitioner has become advanced. It is because the structure has become autonomous. The current is no longer an event. It is no longer something that happens inside practice. It becomes the baseline state, not dramatic, not elevated, but quietly and unmistakably present underneath all experience, like gravity, like pulse. It moves during walking. It thickens during sleep. It continues behind the gestures of daily life. And when the practitioner returns to stillness, they are not rebuilding. They are returning to something that never left. The interior light, once glimpsed only during deep silence, now permeates the whole body. The chambers do not open and close, they remain. The breath no longer searches, it rests. The awareness, no longer seeking, begins to dwell continuously inside the structure. This is the emergence of the real light body, not as a concept, not as metaphor, but as felt, lived architecture. Yogic tradition describes this as sahaja samadhi, spontaneous absorption, not a state that begins and ends, but an ongoing inclusion of clarity within all states. The practitioner is not practicing. The practice has become indistinguishable from life. In Taoist language, this is the movement from refining the elixir to guarding the elixir shudan. The inner fire has stabilized. The light has returned. The work is no longer to summon, but to remain in resonance. To keep the vessel clear, the boundaries soft, the field responsive. This phase is not marked by intensity. It is marked by continuity, a shift so natural, so quiet, that it may take time to notice. There is no announcement. There is no change in speech, no new visions, no confirmation. Only the realization, the light is still here, even when you're not looking, even when the mind is busy, even when the breath is shallow. The current does not scatter. This is not a reward. It is a sign that the structure has become real, not held together by attention, but by coherence. Not a result of effort, but a result of refinement. There is great danger here, not in the light itself, but in the practitioner's relationship to it. The presence can become an identity. The ease can become pride. The continuity can become a hidden frame of self-reference. This must be seen clearly, and it must not be fed. The light continues because it is not yours. The moment it becomes part of your self-image, the current fractures, not always visibly, but subtly. It begins to drain. The vessel may still appear stable, but the transmission is interrupted. The field begins to coil inward. The stillness no longer listens. It holds. This is why humility is not a virtue here. It is a structural necessity. The practitioner must remember again and again that the current moves of its own accord. The best they can do is not interfere. When this is understood, the current begins to teach, not through meaning, not through message, through its own continuity. The self no longer needs to hold it. The self, in many ways, is no longer central. The field becomes the center. This is what it means to say the current stays without you. Not that you are absent, but that your presence is no longer required for the structure to remain. Part 3. The risks of early illumination. Once the field becomes continuous, the shape of the work changes. The posture holds itself. The breath listens on its own. The current no longer needs direction. This is not theory. This is something the adept has felt directly, that interior stillness is not maintained, it remains. And yet, even in this refinement, the field itself can begin to curve. Not collapse, just curve. The light moves through subtle architecture. It does not correct itself when the vessel begins to constrict. It continues forward. If the vessel leans, the current follows the arc. If identity coils into the current wraps itself around it. The light does not resist. It adapts. This is where distortions emerge, not from confusion, but from early coherence, from intensity mistaken for maturity, from clarity mistaken for finality, from spaciousness mistaken for transcendence. These are not failings. They are byproducts of momentum. They arise in silence, and they pass quietly if seen. The most common form is the slow, nearly imperceptible centering of self within the field. The light becomes constant. The current stabilizes. The boundary between self and field dissolves. But somewhere, perhaps barely detectable, the attention begins to pivot around an observer, not the old ego, not identity in the historical sense, but a new image, the one who sees, the one who knows, the one who has found. It is not loud, it does not speak, but it begins to filter. There is no need to resist it, but it must be seen, not because it is dangerous, but because it is incomplete. The light cannot remain fully responsive while coiled around an interior witness. It begins to contract, not violently, but just enough that the clarity dulls. The breath becomes shallow again, though subtly. Stillness feels full, but no longer penetrates. The field becomes soft with self. To uncoil it, allow the field to move without your gaze. Do not follow it. Do not monitor. Do not check. Let the breath carry it into motion without the practitioner watching. This is the key. Return agency to the field itself. Let perception be conducted rather than managed. Another curvature, the quiet inheritance of specialness. Not spoken, not externalized. Just a soft partition in the sense that one now carries something. That one is different. This arises naturally because the light is different. But if the self identifies with the light, even by proximity, the vessel begins to hold tension not obvious, but ambient. The practitioner begins to live beside the light, not inside it. To unwind this, return to ordinary posture, return to low breath, return to a state without position, opinion, or insight. Not as denial, but as invitation. Let the light forget who it entered. One more form, subtle narrative architecture, the quiet assembling of meaning around the event of stabilization. The mind builds frameworks, internal cosmologies, personal stories about what the light is doing or has done or will soon complete. These are not indulgent. They are elegant, sometimes beautiful, but they are obstacles nonetheless. Each one bends the current slightly toward explanation. The light begins to reflect against these inner surfaces. To dissolve these, stop building storylines around stillness. Return to direct sensation. Return to the field. Sit long enough that meaning dissolves into rhythm, that light dissolves into presence, that presence dissolves into motion without image. None of these are errors. They are forms, natural forms, inevitable in most trajectories. But they do not need to be resisted, only softened, not corrected, only seen. The light, when left uninterrupted, clarifies itself. This part of the path is not about discipline. It is about the willingness to remain transparent, to allow the current to continue without self-reference. Not because the practitioner is absent, but because they are no longer the reason for the work. Part 4, the reappearance of the world. When the field becomes stable and the current self-sustaining, there is a subtle moment not marked by event, not caused by intent when the outer world begins to return. Not as distraction, not as tension, but as texture. The sharp lines of separation soften. Objects become visible again, but not urgent. Sounds re-enter awareness, but no longer claim it. People speak, and you hear them fully, but nothing internal needs to move in response. This is not disassociation. It is clarity in inclusion. At earlier stages, the world had to be set aside. Too much noise, too much movement. The practitioner would withdraw, seeking silence not only internally but environmentally. Space, solitude, stillness, these were necessary, because the field was delicate. But once the current has become autonomous, the field can remain inside interaction, not by controlling it, not by guarding it, simply by staying within the structure as the senses return. The vessel no longer reacts. It includes. In yogic language, this is sometimes described as the emergence of sahaja, not just absorption and stillness, but functioning inside absorption. The field is no longer broken by movement. It moves inside movement. Taoist teachings describe this as re-entering the valley. The sage returns to the market, not because they need to teach or model stillness, but because the stillness is now the basis of motion. The body moves. The light remains. The stillness listens beneath speech. You may find the face becomes quieter in conversation. Not blank, but unhurried. The body responds without preemption. Breath coordinates with others, not from tension, but from resonance. Sensory contact continues, but the center of being does not shift forward to meet it. There's no pulling, no leaning, no seeking. The world is re-included. And because you are no longer tracking it as threat or opportunity, it begins to show itself differently. This is the point where the practitioner becomes available not to intervene, not to manage, but to be present with precision. Because the field no longer scatters in contact, it begins to shape contact. Not intentionally, but structurally. Some may feel an increase in creativity here. Not the manic kind, but a deep functional clarity. Actions become more exact. Speech becomes cleaner, not filtered, but deliberate. Tasks begin and end without residue. There is less friction, more precision. Not because the world is easier, but because you are not dividing yourself across it. One of the clearest signs that this phase has begun is the end of opposition between inner and outer. You no longer need to leave the world to return to light. You are not choosing between depth and action. The breath you take in silence is the same breath you carry through the street. The current circulates through both. What returns is not the old world. What returns is the visible expression of something now rooted in stillness. Nothing has changed, but the boundary has. You begin to live at the edge of perception, where the self no longer defends against the world, and the world no longer presses against the self. There is only field. Some of it interior, some of it exterior, but all of it coherent. Part 5, transmission without words. Eventually, the practitioner no longer thinks of light as something they carry. It no longer appears inside the breath, or the spine, or the skull, though all of those remain perceptible. The current becomes less like energy and more like atmosphere. It surrounds, not just fills. It moves outward as easily as inward, and it begins to affect the space around the body without any intention at all. This is the beginning of transmission. Not teaching, not influence, not technique. Transmission, in its truest sense, is not something done. It is a condition, the field having reached such coherence that its structure begins to resonate beyond the boundary of skin, speech, and self. People feel it, though they may not know what they're feeling. The presence becomes perceptible even when you say nothing, sometimes even more when you say nothing. The space around you begins to settle. Others adjust their pace, their tone, their orientation, not because you direct them, but because the field has become stable enough to include them without disruption. The light does not try to reach anyone. It does not extend itself. It simply remains, and through remaining, it becomes available. This was always part of the path. The individual current was never meant to stay confined. It was never a personal possession. It is part of a larger field, one that moves not just through breath and body, but through relation, through contact, through presence that asks for nothing. The traditions each speak of this in their own way. In Sufism, the silent transmission of presence is the highest form of guidance, sobat not a lesson, but a shared alignment. In yogic schools, it is called darshan, the silent radiance of a stabilized field. Not charisma, not magnetism. Just a field that has become so clear it resonates the structure of another without speaking. In Taoist systems, the adept is said to return to the village with nothing to show, but everything becomes different in their presence. None of these imply action. There is nothing the practitioner must do. Transmission arises when the self no longer occupies the space between light and world. When the current moves freely through stillness, contact becomes possible not between persons, but between fields. You may find people ask different questions. They may not know why. They may stand closer, speak slower, hesitate before speaking. This is not influence. This is not status. The light has become impersonal, and in doing so, it becomes available. This is not a role. It is not a stage. It is simply a condition of clarity extended past containment. The light was never meant to stay inside you. It was meant to move through you silently, cleanly, without story. Transmission is not the end of the path, but it marks a turning. The field has matured. It no longer coils inward. It listens outward, and it does so without force, without form, without recognition. You are not the teacher. The light is not the teaching. But something moves between you and the world that no longer fractures. The work continues. But now, it moves in every direction. Chapter 8, The Subtle Body is Not a Metaphor, Part 1, Shared Maps, One Body. Across every contemplative tradition, the language of the inner body changes, but the structure remains. The yogic practitioner speaks of sushumna, chakras, bindu, and the ascent of kundalini. The Taoist practitioner feels qi spiraling along the du and ren meridians, gathering in the dantian, circulating in the microcosmic orbit. The Sufi aspirant refines the lata of subtle points of perception, radiating from the chest to the forehead. The Jewish mystic rises through the sephirot of the middle pillar. The Tibetan yogi channels TSA, lung, and Tigel through 3 primary conduits. Even Egyptian texts speak of the BA navigating hidden chambers within the head and heart on its return toward the hidden light. Each tradition developed in isolation. Each produced its own language, its own iconography, its own metaphysical framing. And yet, when the practitioner sits and stills the breath, a structure begins to appear, one that is not learned but perceived. It is not cultural, it is anatomical, not in the muscular or medical sense, but in a perceptual and energetic sense. Every tradition maps the same interior, a central vertical axis, circulating currents, radiant centers, and a point of origin or return located somewhere beyond or behind the eyes. This is not coincidence. It is not symbolic borrowing. It is the result of generations of practitioners attending to the same inner architecture, not with imagination, but with exact and repeatable precision. The Sushumna Nadi, as described in the Shiva Samhita and Hatha Yoga Pradipika, is a hollow channel running through the center of the spine, connecting Muladhara to Sahasrara. The light ascends through it when breath and attention are stabilized. But this is not visualized. It is felt as rising pressure, internal heat, or coiling motion. The Diyu and Ren meridians in Taoist internal cultivation form the small heavenly circuit, ascending the spine and descending the front body, completing a continuous loop. In Tai Chi, or embryonic breathing, these channels become perceptible as the breath turns back through the interior, creating the felt presence of a circulating egg of light within the body. In the Sufi schema of the Latif al-Sitta, the heart, inner heart, and deeper stations are not abstract qualities but localizable fields of subtle perception. When activated through dhikr and stillness, they produce tactile, often radiant, phenomena that align vertically from chest to brow. In Kabbalistic ascent, the middle pillar constitutes the vertical channel through which light rises, not symbolically, but energetically, as the practitioner advances through interior stages of cleaving and receiving the Or Ein Sof, the infinite light. Tibetan Dzogchen and Tantric yoga texts describe the central Avaduti channel, running alongside or inside the spine, through which the winds must be drawn and the white and red bindus purified. These practices are not visualizations. They are kinesthetic awakenings brought about by precise posture, breath, and gaze. Even the Egyptian Book of the Dead refers to the soul's passage through the hidden chamber in the skull, a structure never explained but directly echoed in Taoist and yogic descriptions of the mid-skull cavity, where light becomes still and radiant. Each of these traditions encountered the same reality, described in different terms, a perceptible interior axis with active centers and responsive pathways, whose structure becomes more precise as the attention becomes more stable. This is not metaphor. This is the shared anatomy of attention, consistent across time, language, and geography, because it is not constructed. It is discovered. Part 2, the field is anatomical, not imagined. The idea that the subtle body is symbolic, that its channels, centers, or currents are metaphors for psychological states, is a modern mistake. It arises not from the traditions themselves, but from the discomfort of modern minds with what they cannot verify through surface anatomy. But the texts, the lineages, and the living practices say otherwise. The subtle body is anatomical, not in the way of organs and tissues, but as a real, structured field of perception, stable, repeatable, and verifiable through direct experience. It is not created by belief. It is not induced by imagination. It is discovered through refinement, and once perceived, it remains. Every tradition emphasizes this. In the Prashna Upanishad, the flow of prana is described in 5 forms, each moving through specific zones of the body with specific functions: apana in the pelvic floor, prana in the chest, samana in the navel, udana in the throat and head, vyana throughout. These are not poetic representations. They are phenomenological maps. Yogic practitioners over centuries have reported these currents with uncanny consistency, often before ever learning their names. In Taoist internal practice, the chi field becomes palpable when breath quiets and posture is stabilized. The descent to the lower dantian is not imagined, it is experienced as a density, a gentle interior heat or pressure that can be gathered and released. The classic Tai Chi Jing states, "Qi circulates through the body like wind in a valley." This is not figurative. It is literal if one sits still enough to feel it. Tibetan Vajrayana texts speak of the Avaduti as a vessel without bone or blood through which the winds must enter. The process of pulling the winds into this channel through Vos breathing and attention to the kumbhaka yields precise and repeatable effects: warmth at the navel, pressure in the skull, light arising in darkness. These phenomena are not imagined. They are physiologically felt. Sufi practice, especially in the Naqshbandi tradition, refines the breath until it no longer disturbs the heart. The Nafas ar-Rahman. The breath of the merciful is not an idea. It is the actual breath as felt when it becomes so quiet, so soft, that it enters without friction and circulates through the subtle lataif. Advanced dervishes report changes in temperature, weight, and even the acoustic quality of the interior space of the chest and head. Even within Kabbalistic texts, we find clear functional references. The Or, Ganus. The hidden primordial light is said to be glimpsed by the righteous in meditative ascent. This light is not theoretical. It appears behind the closed eyes, often in direct relation to breath rhythms and long periods of silence. Its entrance is not forced, it is revealed once the vessel can hold it. The key across all these systems is method, not belief. Stillness is not passive. It is the condition in which the subtle body becomes visible to itself. Breath is not background. It is the carrier wave of the current. Attention is not focused. Will is the subtle substance by which perception conforms to structure. The field is not conjured, it is revealed. And it always begins with the same realization that something is happening inside the body that is not muscular, not cognitive, and not imaginary, but unmistakably real. These sensations do not respond to thought. They do not come from fantasy. They require practice, and once stabilized, they change the entire landscape of inner perception. The structure is not metaphor, it is there. Part 3, the axis and the orbit. Across traditions, two structures appear again and again regardless of language, theology, or era: a central vertical axis and a circulating orbital current. Together, these form the basic functional framework of the subtle body. They are not symbolic dualities. They are perceived structures, as real as muscle and bone once the breath stills and the attention deepens. The axis is the spine, but not anatomically. It is a perceptual channel, a living, internal sense of vertical presence, which can be felt once the nervous system quiets and attention no longer scans outward. The orbit is not imagination. It is a tactile experience of circulation forward and back, up and down, in and around, felt in breath, fascia, and sensation when the body is made still enough to receive it. In yogic texts, this is Sushumna, flanked by Ida and Pingala. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika describes how prana must be drawn into Sushumna through Bandha and Kumbhaka, and how the ascending current of Kundalini moves through this axis, piercing centers until it reaches the crown. The two side channels weave like serpents, crossing each chakra, forming a spiral structure. This is the orbit within the axis. In Taoist texts, the spine is traversed by the Du channel, which runs from the base of the torso up to the crown and down the front of the face. The Ren channel descends the front body. Together, they form the Xiao Zhou Tian, the microcosmic orbit. When the breath and attention complete this internal loop, practitioners report heat, magnetic pull, and the sensation of a field, circulating through the front and back body in a single unbroken ring. This loop is not visualized. It is trained through breath and anchored through posture. In Tibetan Vajrayana, the Avaduti runs from the pelvic floor to the crown, passing through 5 key points. The two side channels Rasana and Lalana circle from the nostrils to the navel and back up again. In Tummo, the inner fire is ignited at the navel and drawn upward through Avaduti. When the side channels are balanced and the winds enter the central channel, the practitioner feels radiant heat, internal pressure, and eventually spontaneous appearance of internal light. This structure, central vertical plus dual orbit, exactly mirrors the yogic and Taoist maps. In Kabbalah, the middle pillar connects Malkut, Yesod, Tiferet, Da'at, and Keter. The tree of life shows this axis clearly. The left and right pillars, severity and mercy, correspond to the same pattern of mirrored currents and balancing energies. Though rarely discussed in physical terms, meditative, Kabbalah describes movement between Sephirot as light ascending and descending in the ladder of the soul. Sufism, while more poetic in its language, is not vague. The latif, the subtle faculties of the self, are aligned vertically, from the nafs at the lower body through the kalb, ruh, sir, khafi, and akhfa, each increasingly refined. The movement through them is not metaphorical. Practitioners describe interior temperature changes, shifts in breath behavior, spontaneous weeping, light or sound emerging behind the eyes, and a descent of something quiet and subtle from the crown into the heart. This vertical arc is matched by the circulatory rhythm of the breath, especially in silent dhikr, which balances ascent and descent in a loop of remembrances. These structures, the axis and the orbit, are not cultural flourishes. They are consistent phenomenological events. As one progresses in practice, they become physically and energetically real. The practitioner begins to feel that the body is not a lump of mass, but a vessel with shape, motion, and circulation. The axis stabilizes presence. It holds vertical coherence, linking base and crown, body and mind, breath and silence. The orbit refines and distributes. It harmonizes opposites, balances poles, and dissolves dualities. One is a spine, the other is a sphere. Both are perceptible. Neither is imaginary. When both are active, the interior light no longer flickers. It turns, it returns, it circulates within a structure that is no longer held by effort because the architecture has become fully built. Part 4, the architecture of the head. Once the lower body is stable, once the breath no longer scatters, and the vertical axis is built, attention begins to shift upward. Not by choice, by gravity in reverse. The light begins to collect in the skull. This is not imagined. It is not symbolic. It is not a projection of the mind into the space of the brain. It is a direct perceptual shift that occurs when the field becomes subtle enough to reveal the internal structure of the head. Every serious contemplative tradition describes this territory not in the language of poetry, but in clear, detailed anatomical references. They all speak of a region behind the eyes, deep in the mid-skull, where something opens, collects, and stabilizes. This is not figurative. It is structural. In Taoist internal alchemy, this is the upper dantian, located at the level of the pineal gland, or just behind the point between the brows. It is the chamber of Shen spirit, awareness, luminosity. When breath is drawn upward and stabilized without strain, this region fills with an unmistakable presence. Texts like the Kantong Qi and Taixi Jing describe a sensation of radiant stillness behind the forehead, often compared to a moon suspended in empty space. The skull becomes a chamber, the breath becomes round, and perception becomes panoramic. In yogic and tantric systems, this region is associated with the Ajna chakra and the Bindu Visarga, a subtle center near the crown that emits light, coolness, and inner nectar. The Shiva Samhita describes the Bindu point as the origin of the inner moon, whose elixir nourishes the body when the breath is refined. With deep kumbhaka, practitioners report a pressure at the crown, a diffused illumination behind the brow, and a quiet widening of space within the skull. The cavity behind the forehead becomes an interior sky, boundless and cool. In Tibetan Dzogchen and Tummo, there is great emphasis on the space between eyebrows, the central tentpole of awareness. Advanced adepts describe the point of light in the skull, which becomes visible when the winds have entered the central channel. When this happens, a sphere of clarity, sometimes called the bindu of clear light, becomes self-luminous, especially during deep stillness or at the moment of waking or sleep. This is not a visualization. It is directly seen, not by the eyes, but within the head. In Sufism, particularly in the teachings of the Kubrawi and Naqshbandi orders, there is reference to the funad, the heart of the heart, and the sir, or secret, which is said to reside not only in the chest but above, between the eyes, or in the luminous cavity. Behind the eyes where divine knowledge descends. The 13th century mystic Najm al-Din Kubra speaks of the crystal dome, a structure in the skull that receives divine radiance when the lower centers are purified through breath and remembrance. The color, temperature, and motion of the light change depending on the clarity of the field. In Kabbalistic ascent, the Sephira of Keter and the hidden point are not abstract locations. They correspond to the apex of the interior column, where nothing can be grasped, but everything flows. During Merkava meditation or ascent through the middle pillar, mystics describe a blinding light descending into the chamber of wisdom, a space often located near the forehead or behind the eyes. This corresponds with dot knowledge not as information, but as direct, non-symbolic cognition. The Zohar describes it, the light that has no vessel but fills the vessel of the skull and remains undiminished. Even the Egyptian Book of the Dead describes the Ba soul navigating through the eye of Horus, the inner window through which the soul sees without form. In temple rituals, initiates would lie still in darkness until the interior sun arose behind the forehead, not metaphorically, but as perceived golden light illuminating the vault of the cranium. All of these describe the same event. The skull is not empty. It is not passive. It is an interior space that becomes perceptible only when the field is quiet enough. When the breath stops disturbing it, when the eyes stop scanning, and when the self is no longer centered in thought, this structure appears. It feels like space opening within space. The back of the skull becomes round. The crown becomes porous, the front of the brain grows silent, and at the center, somewhere just above the midpoint, a point of luminosity appears. It may be cool or warm, it may pulse, it may radiate. It does not need to be imagined. It is already there, covered, only by speed and thought. This is the cave of Brahman. The crystal dome, the inner moon, the upper furnace, the Bindu sphere, the throne of the subtle self. Every tradition names it differently. But what they are describing is exactly the same structure, a multi-chambered field within the head, revealed when breath, posture, and attention align. This space is not decorative. It is the seat of interior light and the convergence point of the entire subtle system. Part 5, practice makes the structure realize. The maps mean nothing until they are lived. In every tradition we've drawn from whether Indian, Chinese, Persian, Hebrew, or Egyptian, the subtle body is not a doctrine to be believed, but a structure to be revealed. That structure is only revealed through practice, not imagination, not conceptualization, not belief. Practice alone renders the interior real. The original texts never describe the subtle body as symbolic. They describe it as latent, already present, but concealed by restlessness, breath irregularity, and wandering attention. Its appearance is not dramatic. It does not arise in flashes of insight. It builds slowly, precisely, under pressure of discipline, in the same way a chamber becomes audible only when all sound is silenced. This is why the practices across traditions look so similar at the root despite differences in language and cosmology. Stillness is universal. The nervous system must become quiet. The breath must become subtle. The musculature must release its habitual contractions. Only then can the attention rest in one place long enough for the inner field to stabilize. Breath is universal. Whether it is the Ujjayi of yogic pranayama, the Tai Chi of Taoist inner breathing, the Vas breath of Vajrayana, the Nafas of Sufi invocation, or the breath-focused Kavana in Kabbalistic prayer. The rhythm and subtlety of breath is what tunes the system. And when the breath becomes fully non-invasive, it becomes perceptual. It begins to reveal what it used to obscure. Silence is universal. Not silence as the absence of sound, but as the absence of seeking. Every tradition teaches the same moment, the one in which attention stops scanning outward and begins to dwell effortlessly inside the vessel. This is where the structure shows itself. It cannot be summoned. It cannot be visualized into being. But when all obstructions fall, it remains. This is why Sufi masters speak of the sukoon, the silent stillness, at the root of remembrance as the field in which the lata'if begin to awaken. This is why yogic systems insist on repeated kumbhaka not to control the breath, but to create stillness long enough for the subtle body to cohere. This is why Taoist adepts Keep the tongue to the palate and the breath in the lower dantian to close the loop, seal the vessel, and let the chi move itself. This is why Kabbalists ascend the Sephirot not by thought, but by attunement, allowing the vessel to receive, rather than pursue, the hidden light. The structure comes online when it is no longer interfered with, when posture becomes transparent, when breath becomes inaudible, when effort dissolves, the shape of the body begins to change. Not externally, but internally. A vertical line appears, a roundness gathers behind the eyes, the spine becomes hollow, like a vessel, the head becomes spacious, like a dome. The breath is no longer moving air, it is moving presence. The centers no longer require imagination, they pulse on their own. At this point, something irreversible begins. The practitioner is no longer holding the practice together. The practice is holding them. The field begins to clarify in daily life. During walking, speaking, sleeping, the axis remains, even in motion. The orbit continues, even in speech. The upper chamber flickers, with light, even when the eyes are open. The world returns, but the center of awareness does not relocate. This is not mystical. This is the function of a refined nervous system, a calibrated breath, and a vessel that has stopped leaking. The structure is not metaphor, but it cannot be taught by telling. It is learned by sitting, refining, receiving, and remaining. And when it appears fully, silently, it is clearer than anything that came before it, because it is not a concept, it is not an image, it is not a belief. Chapter 9, The Interior, as World Part 1, the body becomes transparent. At a certain point, the work of refinement stops being about the interior of the body, not because the structure is complete, though it may be, and not because there is nowhere deeper to go, but because the perception of location itself begins to dissolve. The spine remains, the breath continues, the posture persists, but they are no longer the frame, they are no longer the ground from which perception extends. Instead, they begin to float inside something wider, quieter, and non-directional. This is not transcendence. It is not the escape of spirit from matter. It is the exact opposite, the point at which awareness is so fully embodied that it no longer identifies with any one part of the body as its source. The physical no longer obstructs the subtle. The subtle no longer needs the physical to appear. In Dzogchen texts, this is described as the moment when the practitioner ceases to experience from the position of the body and begins to experience the body from within the space that was once thought to be outside. This is not a metaphor. The skull becomes see-through. The spine ceases to bind attention. The skin no longer contains. There is perception, but no center. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a lineage text of the Kashmir Shaiva tradition, one of the earliest instructions says, "Fix the mind between the two breaths, and the inner light will reveal itself." It does not say, "Look inside." It says, "The light will become apparent when effort stops." When it does, the body, which had always been in the foreground, begins to soften, widen, and become continuous with the surrounding field. This dissolution is not aesthetic, it is structural. The nervous system has settled, the breath has stopped interrupting the field, and so the field begins to show itself as spatially indistinct from the so-called external. This is why advanced Taoist texts speak of the Shen not as residing in the body, but as returning to the origin, a term that refers not to cosmology, but to perception. The inner and outer are no longer separated. The boundary has thinned beyond usability. In practice, what this means is that the practitioner stops being somewhere inside the body. There is no longer a seat of attention behind the eyes. There is no longer a watcher above the heart. The breath continues, but the one who is breathing has widened. What remains is a field. This is the first real contact with a non-local self, not a dissociative state, not a trance, not a mystical rupture. It is simple, unadorned, but unmistakable. The internal structure is still present, the axis, the chambers, the quiet flame in the center, but these are no longer experienced inside a body. They are experienced within a space, and the space does not have walls. Nothing is lost. The hands still move, the spine still responds, but there is no longer a clear distinction between the me and the awareness that sees the body. There is only one field, and the body moves inside it. This is not the culmination of practice, but it is an essential threshold, a transition from refinement to spaciousness, from architecture to openness. The interior structure, once stable, dissolves its boundary, and what was once perceived as inward becomes experienced as all-pervading presence. Part 2. The inner world as landscape. When the body becomes transparent and the field no longer feels contained by skin or posture, something begins to appear. Spatial features within the field itself. Not images, not concepts, not memories. What begins to appear is a world not metaphorical, not imagined, but lived through as real, a dimensional space that one does not look at, but inhabits. This is why advanced contemplatives across traditions describe the inner experience not as energy or sensation, but as terrain. They do not say they feel something in the head. They say they are in a chamber, or a hall, or a void. They do not say they feel light. They say they are surrounded by it, or immersed in it, or moving through it. The language is spatial, not symbolic. In Tibetan Dzogchen, this is known as the arising of the Namkha, the inner sky, not a visualization, but a perceptual opening. The space behind the eyes becomes panoramic. It is often described as vastness without edge or sky that contains the skull. These are not poetic exaggerations. They are direct phenomenological reports, and they do not appear early in practice. They emerge only when the breath has stopped disturbing the field and the mind has ceased to divide experience. In Taoist Niden, the practitioner eventually enters the palace of the spirit, also called the Jade Chamber, the Mysterious Pass, or the Hall of Light. These are not coded names for subtle organs. They are functional inner spaces, perceived when the practitioner becomes still enough to enter them. Often located in the mid-skull, the central channel, or the region behind the navel, these spaces have dimension, clarity, and stability. When entered, they do not shift. The body remains external. The space becomes the environment. In Egyptian ritual texts, especially those associated with the Book of the Night and the Amduat, the soul travels not upward, but inward through gates, rooms, and domains, each with a spatial orientation and specific thresholds. These were not thought to occur after death. They were enacted in life in temple rituals where initiates, through silence and darkness, were guided through the architecture of the head and chest. The hidden chamber behind the eyes was one such space, known not by doctrine, but by entry. Sufism also records this. Ibn Arabi speaks of the subtle world of images, not as dream or fantasy, but as a fully formed realm encountered in heightened remembrance. These interior domains are reached not through imagination, but through fana, the erasure of self-reference. The veils fall, and the interior reveals terrain. The field is not abstract. It has shape, direction, and sometimes even inhabitants not as visions, but as resonant presences, often indistinguishable from the self until attention becomes more subtle. In all of these, the fundamental principle is the same. The interior structure matures until it reveals dimensionality. You do not imagine the landscape. You enter it. It does not feel like fiction. It feels like place. Once inside, movement becomes natural. Attention no longer scans the body. It moves through the field. It lingers near the upper cavity. It circulates within the chamber of the chest. It widens to the periphery and returns without thought. The body still functions, but perception is no longer routed through it. The adept begins to live inside the structure not of nerves and muscles, but of interior space. From here, one is not experiencing the self, one is dwelling within the field. Part 3, entering the quantum body. As the internal structure stabilizes, a shift occurs that cannot be reversed. The field no longer belongs to the body. It no longer even belongs to the self. Instead, the body is held within a coherence that behaves less like a location and more like a law. Awareness does not look out from the body. It arrives from nowhere and passes through everything. This is what might be called the quantum body. This is not a theoretical term. It is a structural one. It names a transition already known to every serious contemplative lineage. The moment when awareness ceases to be discrete, reactive, or sequential and begins to move in wholeness. It does not respond to stimulus. It does not interpret. It simply exists as one indivisible field, perceptible only because all friction has been removed. In the Indian tradition, this is approached through the doctrine of the 5 koshas. These sheaths from the dense to the subtle are not layered like skins, but open outward like dimensions. The Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya. The intuitive and blissful sheaths are not internal states. They are described as all-pervasive. The practitioner does not feel them inside. The practitioner feels themselves within them. In Dzogchen, this structure is unmistakably outlined in the teachings on Rigpa. Rigpa is not attention, is not clarity, it is not presence. It is the field itself, awareness no longer refracted through the body, but appearing as a coherent spaciousness in which body, thought, and perception arise simultaneously, without order, without subject. The yogi does not witness. They are what remains when the watcher dissolves. Sufism also points to this directly. In the teachings of Ibn Arabi, the spirit is not a subtle personal essence. It is a station of being. It does not expand. It is already infinite. The journey is not an ascension of the self, but the collapse of every boundary that seemed to divide the real from the real. As this collapse completes, the Sufi no longer acts from selfhood. They act as breath itself, not inhaled or exhaled, but always already moving in all directions, without origin or effort. To modern ears, this sounds like abstraction, but to one inside the field, it is more concrete than the body. The term quantum is used here not to mystify, but to illuminate what the ancients described with different language, a structure that operates as a single, indivisible whole. It does not move through time. It does not require interpretation. It simply is. And the practitioner does not move within it. They become indistinguishable from its motion. Some contemplatives speak of this shift as a kind of intelligence, not thought, not intuition, but a coherence that perceives. There is no longer the question of what is true or false, near or far, self or other. Everything that arises does so within the same field, and the field adjusts without decision. This is why advanced adepts often become quieter, more still, more simple. Not because they are suppressing themselves, but because there is no longer a self to operate separately from the field. The body does not act. It is acted through. The field does not react. It allows. There is no climax here, no vision, no trance, no grand mystical state. The quantum body does not come with images. It arrives when images have ceased. It does not produce phenomena. It dissolves the need for them. It is not a condition of height. It is a condition of integration so complete that nothing remains outside it. The architecture of the subtle body remains visible. The axis, the chambers, the radiant space behind the eyes, all of it is still there. But they no longer feel like components. They are qualities of one unified presence, like folds in a single sheet. The structure has not been abandoned. It has become transparent. Perception no longer originates. It simply appears, whole, clean, directionless. And the body, which once housed awareness, now moves quietly inside it as a rhythm within a much larger intelligence, unowned and uninterrupted. Part 4. Immersion in the field. Once the field has stabilized as a coherent whole, there is no longer a distinction between the practitioner and the space in which perception happens. The body is not gone. It has not dissolved, nor has it become irrelevant. It continues as a form, as a gesture, as a rhythm, but it is no longer the center of attention. It is no longer the origin of thought or action. It is simply moving within the field, not apart from it. This is what traditions have always pointed to when they speak of union, of return, of real silence. Not emerging into some imagined cosmic light, not the collapse of personhood into abstraction, but the exact and vivid moment in which one stops living from within the self and begins to live from within the field. Perception no longer travels from the eye outward or from the ear inward. Sound, image, and sensation appear directly in awareness without a path. They are not processed. They are not translated into meaning. They do not need to be. They are already inside the field, and the field does not separate subject from object. Thought, too, changes. It no longer arrives as a voice. It no longer unfolds in linear time. It becomes spatial, not disembodied, but distributed. A movement happens in the chest or the skull, and what was once called an idea is already present, not as a sentence, but as a shift in tone. The space itself is thinking, or rather, there is no longer a distinction between thinking and being aware. The mind has been removed from the skull and returned to its source, the field in which form arises. There is no center. This is perhaps the most disorienting and eventually the most liberating aspect of the shift. There is nowhere to return to, no axis from which the rest of the world extends. The body, the breath, the heart, all still perceptible, have become rhythmic phenomena within a total field. When one speaks, it is not from the mouth outward. It is from stillness into movement. When one hears, it is not from the ears inward. It is from silence into pattern. This does not make one passive. It does not erase identity. But the identity that remains is functional. It is a pattern of behavior, a signature of voice, a flavor of movement, not a core. The field no longer permits the illusion of a separate self acting on the world. There is only movement inside presence, and presence does not divide. Traditions describe this stage quietly. It is not considered advanced in the sense of attainment. It is considered mature in the sense that the interior has ceased seeking. There is no longer a goal. There is no longer even practice. There is just the field, alive and clear, containing all things, needing no confirmation. In this state, nothing happens quickly. Action arises only when it must, and when it does, it is free of friction. One walks, and the field walks. One breathes, and the breath belongs to no one. One listens, and sound becomes space itself. The difference between what is seen and what sees it becomes impossible to locate. To those outside, it looks like stillness. But to the one inside the field, it is movement without tension, clarity without thought, life without reference. This is not a condition to be attained. It is the natural consequence of a structure refined to its end. The subtle body, once closed and condensed, opens itself until nothing remains but this, a field in which the world and the self are the same event. Part 5. You do not imagine the space you enter it. The inner world is not constructed. It does not depend on memory, imagery, belief, or suggestion. It appears when the breath becomes still, when thought no longer fragments attention, and when the structure of the subtle body holds itself without effort. The space behind the eyes is not darkness. It is not visual. It is not a theater for mental impressions. It is a field. When posture, breath, and attention align, that field begins to open. It is not vast in the way the sky is vast. It is present, complete, and unmistakably spatial. You do not observe it. You enter it. Every tradition describes this space. It is called the cave, the chamber, the original breath, the sky of awareness, the radiant void, the hidden palace. These are not images meant to inspire the mind. They are functional descriptions of an interior that becomes perceptible when the sensory veil thins and the mind no longer displaces awareness. You enter by becoming still enough to stop reaching. When the structure has refined itself, the field receives you. There is no technique beyond that. Every effort at this point would disturb it. What remains is only what was there before movement began. The space does not respond to visualization. It does not reward belief. It does not grow brighter if you desire it. It reveals itself in proportion to the stillness you can keep. It opens in exact relation to how little you interfere. This is not passive. It is not waiting. It is presence without direction, coherence without control. You are not sinking into some deeper version of self. You are arriving exactly where you are, for the first time, without distortion. The chamber becomes clear. The silence becomes textured. There is no journey. There is no transformation. There is only this, the interior as it is, with no need to be altered or improved. The space holds you, and you remain. This is where the body ends as container and becomes transparent. This is where practice ends as method and becomes being. This is where the field becomes the self. Chapter 10, Soul Making and the Golden Body Part 1, the body that breathes without air. The breath is never just air. In the earliest stages of practice, it is a rhythm. In its middle stages, it becomes a carrier of attention. But once the interior has stabilized and the field has opened, the breath no longer moves in and out. It becomes a quiet pressure, sustained within the stillness of the body itself. The outer respiration slows to the point of invisibility. And yet, the body does not collapse. The interior does not dim. Quite the opposite, the light becomes steadier. The body begins to draw from something finer than breath. What remains is a kind of internal atmosphere, self-sustaining and self-renewing. In classical Hatha Yoga, this is known as Kevala Kumbhaka, the state of natural breath retention, in which no deliberate holding is required, but the breath no longer moves. This is not a dangerous cessation, nor is it performed by effort. It arises spontaneously when the channels are cleared and the pranic winds have stilled. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika describes it as a state in which prana moves not through air, but through the subtle currents of the central channel, what is called Sushumna Nadi. Here, the yogi no longer breathes as the body breathes. Breath continues, but as internal movement only. In Taoist inner refinement, this is echoed in the teachings on breathing through the bones or breathing the void. It is said that the adept, having dissolved outer breath, draws nourishment directly from the original qi, which is stored below the navel and released upward in stillness. The breath no longer enters through the nose. It is felt as movement in the spine, the crown, and the central chamber behind the brows. It is not imagined. It becomes the only perceptible movement in the body. The Egyptian teachings speak more cryptically, yet no less concretely. The Sahu, the radiant body of eternity, is said to breathe with the lungs of Ra. These are not organs, but subtle extensions of divine breath that fill the eternal body with vitality. In the pyramid text, it is written, "Your nostrils are the nostrils of the Great One. Your breath is his breath. Your flame is his flame." In temple initiations, this moment was marked not with exaltation, but with deep silence, the breath of the body fading into the breath of the eternal form. In Vajrayana practice, when the winds enter the central channel and dissolve, it is said that the practitioner abides in the clear light. At this point, respiration ceases, but luminosity increases. The practitioner remains fully conscious, even while the body lies still, unmoving, even at the edge of death. In certain high-level practices, such as Tumo, this stillness is marked by heat, internal radiance, and the appearance of geometric clarity behind the eyes. There is no longer a need to breathe because awareness itself has become nourishment across all these teachings. The same pattern appears. When the internal structure has become steady, breath is no longer required as a vehicle. The body breathes without air. The field becomes its own environment. What is sustained is not physical life, but the coherence of form within a subtler medium. At this stage, the practitioner no longer relies on breath to generate presence. Presence holds itself. The movements of the body are not supported by muscle, but by awareness. The interior light no longer flickers. It abides. It thickens. It begins to carry its own weight. This is the beginning of durability, the first trace of something that will not fade when the lungs grow still. Part 2, the architecture of the immortal body. When the light becomes stable, it begins to take on shape. Not imagined shape, not symbolic geometry, but actual internal form, coherent, persistent, and responsive. What begins as field becomes vessel. This is not something one constructs through mental effort. It is something revealed through stillness, refinement, and alignment, until the luminosity that once flashed, like a signal flame, becomes inhabitable. Nearly every serious tradition of inner cultivation gives witness to this structure. The names differ. The language shifts. But the reports are consistent. There is a second body. It is not the imagination of the practitioner. It is anatomically real not in bone and organ, but in density, symmetry, and inner space. It is the shape of coherence itself. In the Tibetan Vajrayana system, this is the Vajrakaya, the diamond or indestructible body. It is formed not through visualized deities, but through the refinement of the winds, the dissolution of thought, and the stabilization of awareness in the central channel. When the bindus of the heart and crown align with the stillness of clear light, this body becomes perceptible, luminous, spacious, and more refined in the nervous system. It moves without moving. It sees without eyes. It remains in meditative equipoise even as the physical body changes. In Egyptian sources, particularly the coffin texts and the Book of Coming Forth by Day, the Sahu body is described as the luminous vessel of eternity. Unlike the Ka or Ba, which are linked to functions of personality and vital force, the Sahu is something that must be built. It does not appear at birth. It is cultivated through right alignment with cosmic order, purified silence, and deep ritual stillness. The Sahu is geometrically precise, upright, radiant, with a recognizable form. When it is complete, it is said to walk among the gods, not as metaphor, but as continuity in form. In Taoist inner refinement, the same architecture appears under another name. The Yang Shen, the bright spirit, is formed through the completion of the microcosmic orbit and the fusion of the 5 elements into a single interior structure. This is not symbolic balance. It is a literal state in which the energy body becomes solidified and capable of independent motion. Masters speak of seeing their own form rise from the body during meditation. It is described as radiant, cool, complete, and recognizable to others who have done the same. In the Indian tradition, the Upanishads and later Samkhya philosophy describe the Purusha not as a disembodied witness, but as a clear, upright form within the heart, unmoved by decay. While sometimes abstracted into cosmology, in practice it is accessed through pranayama, dhyana, and deep stillness. The inner light of the Purusha does not flicker. It is always present, but it only becomes central when the surface self has emptied of turbulence. When it is seen clearly, it is not distant. It is the only body that remains. Even Kabbalistic texts, particularly in the writings of the early Lurianic school, speak of the Kav Ha'or, the ray of light that extends into the vessel and begins to form structure from within. This light is not passive. It is creative. As it enters the chamber of the self, it organizes, arranges, and illuminates a subtle form, a new self, distinct from ego and independent of physical strength. The soul is not the light. The soul is what survives the light's entry. What all of these point to is this: the field becomes form. The interior space, once amorphous, reveals a structure that does not fade when the posture is released or the breath dissolves. It is whole. It is calm. It is stable. And it responds not like a nervous system, not like sensation, but like a mirror, clear, upright, and exact. The practitioner who touches his body does not speak of it, not because it is secret, but because it is too clear to translate. The moment one names it, it slips back into image, but the one who knows it carries it always. Not as a memory, not as an experience, but as presence that does not leave. Part 3. The egg, the fire, and the hatching. The golden egg is a chamber of interior pressure, a sealed and luminous sphere forming quietly within the subtle body. It appears in stillness, not as sensation or symbol, but as a coherence that begins to hold its own center. The space behind the navel thickens. The central axis becomes airtight. The skull fills with light that does not move. The whole system gathers toward a single point of retention. This is not the beginning of something new. It is the culmination of long periods of interior equilibrium. What arises is not an experience, but a structure. The practitioner is no longer adjusting posture, refining breath, or seeking alignment. Those tasks have resolved themselves. What remains is compression without force, fire without flame, clarity without vision. In Taoist practice, this stage is known as the formation of the golden embryo. The inner fire, cultivated by fusing and sealing the elemental energies, begins to stabilize within the lower field. The teachings describe a glowing sphere, dense but radiant, self-contained, often anchored behind the navel or mid-spine. This sphere is not visualized. It reveals itself when the breath no longer disrupts the interior and the mind has grown still enough to perceive subtle structure without projecting onto it. Egyptian ritual texts point to the same form, emerging within the tomb and within the body of the initiate. The Ba, represented as a bird with a human head, is shown perched atop or emerging from an egg. The scene is not symbolic. The temple chamber, the sarcophagus, the inner skull, these were all understood to mirror the enclosed space in which the radiant body was formed. The egg is sealed, silent, pressurized. What emerges is not soul in the modern sense, but the light form that continues after bodily dissolution. Yogic traditions speak of the bindu, the condensed point of subtle light within the skull, warming, widening, and blooming open once the breath has become effortless and the upward current of energy has stilled. This is often misunderstood as a rising force or explosive event. But in advanced practice, the process is quiet. The opening is interior, the dome of the skull becomes spherical, the body becomes weightless, and the light begins to expand from within, held in form by the stillness of the field. Tibetan Dzogchen and Mahamudra lineages point to this moment as the full recognition of Rigpa, the self-sustaining, luminous awareness that does not arise or fall. When the practitioner no longer searches for clarity, the clarity that remains is not perceptual. It is structural. It holds itself. It begins to behave as a body. At the moment of release, whether described as a hatching, a bursting, or a vanishing of inner boundary, the field shifts. The second body does not detach from the first. It becomes more real than the first. The pressure dissolves. The egg opens, and something stands. Not a vision, not a trace of experience. A clear, upright presence that moves on its own, needs no confirmation, and does not fade when practice ends. Part 4. The soul is built, not found. What modern language calls the soul often suggests something innate, a birthright, a spark, a subtle inheritance folded into one's nature. But in every serious tradition of inner cultivation, the soul is not received. It is made. It is constructed, refined, and shaped across time, not with effort, but through the gradual clarification of attention. Not through moral purity, but through coherence. The soul is not an idea or an essence. It is a body, subtle and exact, formed within the luminous structure that reveals itself as practice matures. It is made of attention, but not emotion. It is made of presence, but not personality. The traits one usually associates with the soul, depth of feeling, intuition, reverence, are only shadows of it, scattered impressions of something far more specific, a permanent interior vessel, capable of holding continuity across thresholds. The Neoplatonists were among the first in the Western lineage to describe this with clarity. Plotinus does not speak of the soul as given, but as shaped by its alignment with what he called the One. This was not a mystical assertion, but a structural one. The more a person turned away from fragmentation, the more their nature became unified. Unity became substance. Substance became vessel. In Sufism, particularly in the writings of Najm al-Din Kubra and his successors, the soul begins as nafs, turbulent, reactive, unfocused. Through stages of refinement, remembrance, silence, and loss of self-reference, the inner light begins to take shape. Eventually, a body of light forms, known in later schools as the subtle center. This is not the extinguishing of the ego, but the construction of a presence that can survive, the collapse of the surface personality. The soul is not the purified ego. It is the residue of coherence. Early Kabbalistic writings, especially in the Behir and later in Sefer Hatimuna, describe the soul as a vessel filled with structured light. Not random, not metaphorical. The light is organized through acts of awareness, sacred speech, stillness, refinement of breath and body. These texts are specific in their warnings. Without form, light scatters. The soul is not simply the presence of light, it is the ability to hold light in its proper arrangement. The Egyptian vision was no less precise. In their initiation texts, the Ka and Ba are not the soul. They are aspects of energy and movement. The Sahu, the radiant immortal body, is constructed through the ritual integration of these forces. It is not achieved by fate or lineage. It is built. The soul is what remains standing after the judgment of fragmentation is past. In yogic texts, especially in Kashmir Shaivism, the soul is understood as the refined center of perception that, through disciplined stillness and breath alignment, separates from the transient layers of self and begins to abide on its own. It is not the witness. It is what remains when the witness no longer needs to observe. There is no reward here, no salvation, only structure. The soul is not the prize of practice. It is the natural outcome of refinement, sustained long enough for light to form into body. When it does, it no longer belongs to the personal self. It does not vanish in sleep. It does not fragment under emotion. It remains as it is not perfect, not divine, but intact. To speak of the soul is not to speak of feeling. It is to speak of form, the interior form that does not flicker, even when everything else does. Part 5. Light that survives the body. When the golden body stands, it does not stand for the self. It does not prolong experience. It does not affirm the individual. It persists as structure, not because of desire, belief, or will, but because it has become coherent enough to remain. The soul, as revealed through every mature contemplative tradition, is not memory, not awareness, not spirit in the vague sense. It is a subtle architecture that continues when the dense layers of the body fall away. Its survival is not an escape. It is not departure. It is the continuity of interior order beyond the collapse of breath and flesh. The Egyptian texts say this directly. The Sahu endures not because it has been granted protection, but because it has been made complete. In the pyramid texts, the phrase repeated is, "You do not perish. Your body is not dissolved." The speaker is not addressing the corpse. The voice is for the luminous body, upright, radiant, unconfused. The rituals are not for appeasement. They are acknowledgments of the one who remains. Tibetan traditions describe the same continuity in different terms. When the practitioner enters clear light at the time of death, if the recognition is stable, the body of light does not collapse. It does not flicker out with the nervous system. In rare cases, physical remains shrink or vanish entirely, but this is not the goal. The true sign is interior. The practitioner remains unbroken. There is no confusion. There is no loss. The field holds. In Taoist sources, particularly those of the complete reality school, the phrase used is, "The body returns to the root, and the spirit is not dispersed." The practitioner, through daily inner refinement, builds a form that is no longer bound to the lungs or skin. When death comes, they are not carried out. They are already present. Nothing collapses, because there is no collapse within clarity. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad describes a moment near death when the vital energies gather in the heart. For the unprepared, they disperse and dissolve into the elements. For the one who has practiced, they rise through the subtle channel and are carried by light. But what carries them is not intention. It is the form that has been built. This is not mysticism. It is not immortality in any mythic sense. It is simply what occurs when the light of attention has been made dense enough, clear enough, and orderly enough to survive transition. It does not scatter. It does not cling. It remains. The reader must understand, this continuation is not guaranteed. It is not inherited. It is not granted by ritual, devotion, or lineage. It is a consequence of practice. The light that survives is the light that has been refined to the point of self-coherence. It no longer needs the body to remain intact. It holds itself. This is not to inspire awe or fear. It is only to state what has always been known by those who practice, that the purpose of inner refinement is not the pursuit of states, visions, or energies. It is to build what lasts. The soul is not a possession. It is a vessel. It carries nothing of the small self. It carries only the clarity that has been made real. After the field has stabilized and the subtle body has taken form, perception resumes, but it does not resume as it was. There is no return to the previous pattern of attention, no internal observer looking out through a frame, no sequence of impressions arriving and being judged. The sense of, I am perceiving this has been left behind, and what replaces it is not blankness, not disembodied awareness, but a condition of unfragmented presence in which sound, form, sensation, and thought arise as one movement. This is the return of perception, not as a function, but as a field-wide event. In Dzogchen teachings, this shift is described with a precise phrase, sound is seen and light is heard. These are not mystical inversions. They are exact observations from those seated inside a field that no longer divides the senses. The body does not experience through 5 portals. The body is the field, and that field reflects the world without passing it through filters. One does not listen to sound, but as the space in which sound appears. One does not see a form and then interpret it. One encounters only what arises, and what arises has no origin point because it was never outside. The Sufi masters spoke of this as the end of veils. When the self collapses as a center of attention, the real is no longer glimpsed, sought, or hoped for. It is simply revealed through everything. In this clarity, perception is not passive. It becomes precise. It becomes exactly what is present, without exaggeration and without retreat. The wind is not metaphor. The silence is not symbolic. When a face appears, it is neither familiar nor foreign. It is simply there. Nothing is added. In Taoist texts, particularly those describing the return to the uncarved block, the sage is said to dwell among the 10,000 things without division. The phrase perceiving without standing apart appears repeatedly. The sage does not weigh events or evaluate outcomes. They do not need to. The entire movement of the world is already inside them, and perception moves with it. There is nothing to correct. There is nothing to select. This condition is not vague. It is not gentle drifting. It is incredibly clear. The practitioner sees precisely, hears sharply, responds without delay, but all of this arises without tension. There is no someone doing. There is just response, arising from stillness, like a bell ringing before it is struck. There is no boundary to attention, no tension in the act of receiving, no sense that perception must be managed or protected. The field holds everything equally. The interior is not vulnerable because there is nothing to defend. The exterior is not threatening because there is no longer a distinction. The return of perception is not a regression to sensation. It is the completion of perception as it truly is, quiet, accurate, centerless, and whole. Part 2. The mirror without a center. There is a kind of clarity that does not belong to anyone. It does not issue from thought. It does not belong to the self. It does not move from the inside out. It arises as stillness. It remains as reflection. This is the mirror without a center. The ancients did not speak of this lightly. In the Zen tradition, the mirror is not a metaphor for calm. It is a way of seeing that has no trace of the seer. The mind is like a mirror, bright and clear, writes Xingxiu. Take care to polish it diligently. The response from Huineng is equally precise. Originally, there is no mirror and no dust to cling. These statements are not contradictions. They describe the same condition from opposite angles. Clarity that does not cling to clarity, perception that does not refer back to itself. This is the function of the mirror. Not stillness for its own sake, but stillness that reflects without remainder. When there is no longer a center of selfhood pulling experience into identity, perception returns to this natural state. Not detached, not removed, but undistorted. Thought arises and it passes. Emotion stirs and it settles. Action is taken, and then it is gone. There is no conflict between movement and stillness because no movement begins from the self. What is seen is simply what appears, and the clarity is not cold, it is not distant, it is exact. In Kabbalistic writings, this is mirrored in the concept of tzimtzum, the initial contraction of divine presence that makes perception possible. But later interpretations shift the meaning. The divine does not disappear. It becomes space. The mirror is not created by emptiness, but by presence that does not impose. This receptive space is not passive. It is the condition that allows all forms to appear without distortion. In the human vessel, this quality is known not by retreat from the world, but by the refinement of attention until nothing interferes with what is seen. Light is not made. It is no longer scattered. The Egyptian and Hermetic texts also speak of mirrors not as polished surfaces, but as qualities of soul. In the Corpus Hermeticum, the purified soul is described as shining without effort, revealing all things, needing no instruction. It reflects the world, and in doing so reveals the divine not as something beyond, but as what is already embedded in all forms. The mirror is not a symbol of detachment. It is a tool of recognition. This kind of perception does not judge. It does not select. It does not amplify some features and reduce others. There is no preference within it. This does not make it vague or neutral. It makes it precise. What is present is seen without remainder. What is heard without inner commentary. Action follows, but it is not premeditated. It arises from the completeness of the moment. The mirror does not react, it responds. There is no inner witness behind this perception. This kind of perception does not judge, it does not select, it does not amplify some features and reduce others. There is no preference within it. This does not make it vague or neutral. It makes it precise. What is present is seen without remainder. What is heard without inner commentary. Action follows, but it is not premeditated. It arises from the completeness of the moment. The mirror does not react, it responds. There is no inner witness behind this perception. The one who watches has disappeared, not into sleep or absence, but into the total openness of the field. And in that openness, clarity reflects without a center. That is its nature, not as a state, not as an attainment, but as the final simplicity of perception when nothing is being protected. Part 3. Compassion without actor. When perception reflects without center, what arises in response is not indifference. It is not detachment or neutrality. It is compassion not as a choice, not as a moral stance, but as the natural movement of the field when nothing resists it. This compassion does not originate in the self. It does not arrive as sympathy or as pity or as the product of high-minded virtue. It is the direct resonance of clarity with what is. When there is suffering, it moves. When there is joy, it softens. When nothing is required, it abides. But it never moves from the actor. There is no one enacting compassion. There is only response without hesitation. In the Mahayana traditions, this is the origin of the bodhisattva ideal, not someone who feels compassion, but someone whose being is compassion. The bodhisattva does not reach outward with care. The field itself becomes transparent to the suffering of others, and action arises the way a bell rings when touched. The bodhisattva is not motivated. They are available. And in that availability, the world flows through them without resistance. In Sufi thought particularly, in the lineage of Ibn Arabi, the sage who has passed through annihilation does not disappear into transcendence. They reappear in the world, but the I that acts is no longer personal. The real flows through the vessel without confusion. The mercy that arises is not selective. It is not conditioned by opinion. It is the mercy that exists when the self is no longer filtering experience. Compassion is not willed. It is what remains when will is quiet. In Taoist texts, the sage is described as effortless in motion and soft in presence. They do not serve others out of conviction. They respond to what is needed because they are not in the way. The doing without doing is not passivity. It is the alignment of the entire being with what is already moving. The moment suffering appears, the sage is already adjusting not by decision, but by structure. This is not a state of emotional openness. It is not a kind of feeling. It is a structural condition, clarity that is stabilized into service without agency. The practitioner does not act out of identity. They act because the form of the moment includes action. They do not withdraw. They do not intervene. They are simply within the event itself, and the response appears as part of the mirror. There is no performance in this, no attempt to be good, no imagined standard to meet. The purity of response arises from the absence of distortion, and this absence is not numbness. It is precision. It is the exact movement that is required, not more, not less, arising from a vessel that has no interest in being seen, only in reflecting without delay. This is compassion as function, not as mood, not as virtue, but as the clearest sign that the mirror is intact. Part 4. The end of seeking. There comes a moment when the movement of seeking simply stops. Not because answers have been found, not because the search has been completed, but because there is no longer anything missing, no absence to fulfill, no interior pressure to resolve. The field has clarified, the body has stabilized, the self has grown silent, and what remains is whole. The end of seeking is not a conclusion. It is not a realization that answers the great questions. It is not a discovery of some final truth. It is the dissolution of the very structure that seeks. That structure was necessary. It moved practice forward. It kept attention close. It drove the refinement of posture, breath, and perception. But once the mirror has been formed, the seeking structure has nothing to hold on to. It cannot continue. There is no longer a goal. There is only presence. In this condition, attention no longer reaches outward. It no longer moves inward. It rests. Not as sleep, not as withdrawal. It simply stays exactly where it is. And what appears in that stillness is everything. All forms, all voices, all changes. But none of them disturb the rest that has been uncovered. Traditions have described this point with care. In Zen, it is known as the absence of attainment. Not because nothing is attained, but because the one who would attain has fallen away. There is walking, speaking, eating, working, but none of it is preparation. None of it is directed toward a future condition. It is exactly what it is, complete in the moment it arises. In the Yoga Sutras, this is called kaivalya, complete aloneness, not in isolation, but in the absence of dependency. The seer no longer identifies with anything that arises. Perception reflects, awareness abides, and nothing is added to the moment. No movement toward liberation, no desire for depth, only the unmixed simplicity of being as it is. Sufi texts describe this with a kind of quiet finality. When the self dissolves in the real, there is no return. Not to the ego, not to striving, not even to the idea of completion. There is only movement without self-reference, love without object, stillness without effort. The end of seeking is not the end of life. It is not the cessation of thought or activity. It is the end of the interior pattern that says this moment is not enough. The mirror reflects, the body moves, the voice speaks, but the background remains still because there is no longer anyone looking for something else. Silence deepens in this stage, but it is not practiced. It arises on its own. The tongue is quiet not because it has been stilled, but because it no longer reaches. The mind no longer interrupts. What is seen is sufficient. What is known is sufficient, and what is not known no longer creates hunger. There is no reward here, only simplicity, only the still and luminous surface of a life that no longer leans forward. Part 5. Stillness that responds. When all movement has settled and all seeking has ceased, the field does not become empty. It becomes exact. Stillness does not mean inactivity. It does not mean separation from the world. It is not an absence of engagement. It is the condition in which response occurs without distortion. The mirror body does not withdraw. It does not vanish into silence. It listens. It sees. It remains aware of everything that arises. But the quality of that awareness has changed. There is no friction in it. No grasping. No hesitation. Response flows from it the way light reflects off water, clearly, naturally, without delay. This stillness is not frozen. It is not stiff. It has no posture. It is sensitive without being reactive. The practitioner does not plan a gesture. The gesture arrives. The hand lifts, the voice answers, the body turns. There is no distance between perception and motion because they are no longer separate processes. They are two aspects of the same clarity. In the Dzogchen tradition, this is the true function of Rigpa, not just luminous awareness, but awareness that expresses itself without effort. The master does not pause to evaluate or construct a response. They do not act from knowledge. They do not act from habit. Action emerges from stillness as an exact continuation of what is. The response is not chosen. It is already present, contained in the moment itself. Zen teachings speak of this as the mind that neither moves nor holds. When a question is asked, the master answers. When a stick falls, they catch it. When someone weeps, they sit beside them. These are not decisions. They are not expressions of wisdom. They are the ordinary movements of a being whose attention has stopped interfering. In the Egyptian initiatory framework, the soul that has become Ak, radiant and upright, is described as seated, but awake. The throne does not represent power. It represents perfect balance. The one who is seated in the inner space does not rise to act. They are already in position. And because of this, their presence alone becomes action. No movement is required. The field adjusts. This stillness that responds is not an attainment. It is not a condition that can be manufactured. It appears when everything else has completed, when the soul is stable, when the mirror is clear, when the world is no longer divided into self and other. What remains is a stillness that sees, that listens, that understands, and that moves only when the moment calls for it, not before, not after. This is the true completion of inner refinement. Not disappearance, not perfection, but total responsiveness with no trace of self. Stillness that no longer waits, stillness that no longer seeks, stillness that simply answers. Chapter 12. The Return, Part 1. The world no longer divided. When the field becomes stable and the second body holds its form, experience no longer unfolds along a fault line. There is no longer inner and outer, no more hidden space behind the eyes reacting to what appears in front of them. The divide between subject and object, between body and world, between breath and environment dissolves. And what is left is simple, a single, undivided field of appearance. This undividedness is not imagined. It is not a philosophy. It is the structural condition that arises when self-reference is no longer organizing perception. There is walking, and it happens in the same field as thought. There is seeing, and it occurs in the same space as emotion. There is no internal actor choosing how to respond. The world does not happen to the practitioner. It happens within them. This is not absorption. The field is not lost in what appears. It remains fully intact. The clarity does not dissolve. It sees everything. But it no longer splits what is seen from the one who sees. Sound is no longer heard. It is present. Contact is no longer felt. It simply arises. All experience enters without delay, without editing, and without travel. There is nothing behind the moment watching it. There is only the moment itself, complete. The Zen masters call this suchness. They do not describe it. They point. They lift a finger. They strike the floor. They pour water. Their silence is not emptiness. It is reflection that does not require commentary. In suchness, the practitioner no longer speaks about the world. They are no longer separate from it. In Taoist terms, this is returning to the uncarved block perception that has not been divided by language or preference. The sage does not avoid experience. They do not pursue it. They move in the same field where stillness abides. Their hands are ordinary. Their eyes are clear. Nothing that appears surprises. Not because they know what is coming, but because they no longer interrupt what comes. There is no sense of sacredness in this return. No spiritual signature, no elevated mood. The practitioner is simply alive, without distortion. They do not interpret what arises, they receive it, not passively, not as background. They receive it as their own form. This is why spiritual states no longer matter. The field does not require exaltation, it does not need confirmation. Practice is no longer practice. There is no meditation to return to, no refinement to pursue. The structure is built. The mirror is whole, the light does not fluctuate. This is not a condition to be maintained. It is a way the world is, when the self is no longer positioned between attention and what it reflects. There are no more thresholds, no more deepening, no more transformation. There is only presence, spread evenly across all things. Part 2, movement without motive. When the world is no longer divided, movement does not begin from will. It arises because it must, and when it no longer must, it ends. The hands do not serve intention. The body does not serve identity. Motion is no longer guided by decision. It is guided by form. This is movement without motive. The practitioner does not ask what to do. They do not wonder what is right. The action appears in the same field as sound and breath. It is not willed. It is simply the natural continuation of what already is. When the structure of the mirror body is intact, the gesture comes before the thought of it. The voice answers before it weighs the question. The step has already landed before the path is judged. There is no hesitation because there is nothing to compare. The movement is never calculated, and so it is always exact. This is not surrender. It is not trust. There is no undoing the trusting. There is only the field in motion. The one who responds is not an actor. They are a location. Action passes through them the way sound passes through a bell. The bell does not choose. It rings because it has been struck. In Taoist writings, this is the condition of wu-wei action that does not assert itself. The sage does not resist, but neither do they yield. Their form adjusts, and the adjustment is complete. There is no part held back. The body does not calculate angles. The voice does not craft replies. The field responds without commentary, and in that, it remains whole. Egyptian temple records speak of those who act while seated. The gesture is not separate from the stillness. There is no break between silence and response. Movement happens inside the balance. It arises as clarity, not disruption. And so it is trusted not by faith, but by exactness. The still one does not become active. The stillness moves. The body at this point is no longer a tool. It is no longer an obstacle. It is the visible surface of the mirror. The legs carry, the arms reach, the voice speaks, but there is no actor behind them. The motion does not come from intention. It comes from alignment with the moment. This produces a kind of grace that has no signature. The movements are plain, but they are unclouded. There is no remainder. To those who observe, this life appears calm, but not distant, responsive, but not strategic. The one who has returned does not force and does not delay. What is done completely, and then it is gone. There is no story to carry forward, no claim to be made, no self to account for what was done, only form adjusting to form, only motion finishing itself. Part 3, the speech of clarity. When the body moves without motive, the voice follows the same law. Speech no longer arises from identity. It does not present a position. It does not perform intimacy or insight. It speaks because speech is required, and when it is not, it does not. This is speech after the mirror has been made whole. Not gentle, not elevated, not withdrawn, clear, exact, without weight. The practitioner does not calculate tone. They do not consider the impression they leave. There is nothing behind the words guiding them toward advantage. When they speak, it is like water flowing through a clear channel. There is no turbulence. There is no delay. The voice is no longer personal, but it is not cold. It carries warmth when warmth is needed. It carries stillness when stillness is needed. It does not decorate. It does not explain. And it never speaks to be heard. In Zen records, there are endless stories of a teacher saying one word or none. A slap, a cry, a laugh, a single sentence that cannot be interpreted. These are not mystical gestures. They are exact communications from a structure that does not hesitate. The words cut, not because they are sharp, but because they are clean. There is no echo in them. They do not seek confirmation. The speech of clarity does not offer advice. It does not argue. It does not persuade. It reflects. And when there is nothing to reflect, it remains still. When words are required, they are given. When they are not, the silence is not uncomfortable. It is complete. In the Sufi tradition, the sheikh's guidance is not interpretation, it is calibration. The words do not serve doctrine, they serve the removal of distortion. A single line may be given, or none, a poem not explained, a story not concluded. Because the function of speech at this level is not to transfer content, it is to adjust the field. In Egyptian temple practice, speech was preceded by silence, not as etiquette, but as attunement. A word spoken from misalignment was considered structurally damaging. This was not moralism, it was recognition that the voice carries force. When the mirror body speaks, it shapes space. The echo of that shape is real. And so the practitioner no longer speaks from habit. The voice becomes subtle, not soft, but exactly suited. It does not attempt to shape others. It does not conceal. It does not break its own stillness unless the moment is already calling for speech. This kind of speaking can seem plain, often brief, but it is never careless. There is no performance in it, no charm, no confession, and no teaching. The one who has returned has nothing to say about what they have become. There is no need to describe the mirror once it is clean. There is only the word that arises when silence is finished. Part 4. The ordinary and the immortal. When clarity no longer shifts, when the mirror no longer darkens, and the soul has stabilized without tension, the practitioner returns to the most familiar things. Not to reject them, not to renounce the path, but to dwell within them fully for the first time. What is returned to is not some perfected domain. It is the ordinary. There is eating, there is sleeping, there is walking across a room, there is closing a door, listening to rain, washing the floor. None of these are symbols. None of them are made sacred. They are not rituals. They are not mindfulness exercises. They are just what they are. And yet, within each of them, there is not a trace of distortion. The field no longer leans forward. The breath is not strained. The body does not flicker between being present and being elsewhere. The smallest gesture is complete. And so it does not linger. The moment passes. The next arrives. There is no longer a sense of loss or repetition. There is no hunger for variation. The practitioner is no longer evaluating their experience. They are no longer measuring the day. They are simply living without remainder. This is the true condition of the immortal, not transcendence, not eternal radiance, not escape. The soul continues because the field is unbroken. And in that continuity, there is no reason to depart from the world. The immortal does not seek permanence. They simply do not divide what arises. They do not fall into fragmentation. They walk through the same streets. They speak the same words. But there is no effort beneath any of it. And so all of it becomes exactly enough. In the yoga traditions, the one who has returned is called Jivan Mukta, liberated while living. The term does not imply otherworldliness. It implies structural continuity in the midst of ordinary form. The breath continues. The bones age. The feet carry the body down the same paths. But the mirror is unshaken. The silence does not break. In Sufi accounts, the realized one is described not by their speech or their aura, but by their lack of trace. They do not leave impressions. They are not remembered for their presence. They blend into the fabric of things, and yet nothing within them is hidden. There is no withdrawal. There is only precision. And so the return to ordinary life is not resignation. It is not compromise. It is the natural movement of a form that has nothing left to protect. The soul does not retreat. It does not seek elevation. It rests inside the shape it has taken. The hands prepare food. The voice answers a question. The body lies down. But none of this is mundane. None of this is divine. It is simply what it is, without distortion. This is not the ordinary touched by spirit. This is the ordinary unobstructed. And it is here, within this unobstructed life, that the work of soul-making quietly disappears into the background. There is no separation left. There is no further refinement to be done. The immortal is not elsewhere. It is what remains when nothing is rejected. Part 5, the one who remains. There is no announcement, no final threshold, no light that declares the work complete. The field does not celebrate itself. The mirror does not shine to be seen. And yet, when all else is quiet, there is someone who remains. Not the seeker, not the practitioner, not the one who began the path or endured its burning. All of those have faded. Their forms served their purpose. Their images were shed. What stands now is not identity. It is not personality. It is not a role that can be named. It is simply the one who remains. They do not speak of return. They do not speak of realization. They no longer carry the imprint of effort. They no longer defend stillness or enact clarity. They are not hiding. They are not teaching. They are not removed. Their presence is bare, upright, unmistakably whole. This is not mastery. It is not authority. It is stability without residue. The mirror has not grown more reflective. It has simply ceased to fracture. No layer of self overlays the moment. No tremor interrupts the field. And so when the one who remains listens, it is listening without edge. When they move, there is no trailing image of the one who moved. The movement is complete as it happens, and then it is gone. They do not stand out. They are not radiant in the way seekers imagine. They are not concealed in the way mystics pretend. They are here. They are seated. They walk slowly. They answer plainly. And if one is not careful, one might miss that something in them is absolutely still even as they move. This stillness is not performed. It does not speak for itself. It does not demand recognition. It is not the reward for long discipline. It is the condition that survives all gestures. It is what remains when nothing else is required. It is not empty. It is full. But it carries nothing. To see them is to see someone who does not reach, not for connection, not for approval, not for transcendence. They are already where they are. The light behind the eyelids has not faded. It has simply spread. It now includes the table, the breath, the stranger's voice, the sound of water beyond the window. It is not inside. It is everywhere. They are not finished. They are not above suffering. They are not beyond the body's decline. But nothing they experience passes through distortion. They are not spared. They are simply unmoved in the center of what moves. And so they remain not as exception, but as example, not as figure, but as form made whole. They are not waiting. They are not becoming. They are simply here, upright, silent, complete.